another country basically controls what happens over here.
Josh. Well, we're not on TikTok, bro. You can say whatever you want to say.
I'll bet. Yeah, I was gonna say that I think Israel controls all of our politicians and everything. It's pretty obvious.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody gets it. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired of hearing that they're fucking. Oh no,
You
poor
know what's-
Israel. Fuck them.
You know what's crazy is that's a bipartisan thing. Even Big Baller agrees with that. And he's as far right as it comes. So
I wouldn't argue that it's I don't think it's a one-sided thing. I think specifically younger people are waking up to that, but I think the whole reason why we have so many problems is literally because of Israel. Because, like, first of all, they made our current
well, look at
system.
Erica Kirk, her whole Shabbat Shalom, that's a psyop, 100%. Like,
but everything, like every news who were on the news, also from Israel. I can keep going. Everything by Israel, and like especially how they lie to Christians.
even Hollywood, man. Like, and Israel's kind of run everything in the entire world for years. I was watching this. I was watching this thing about how they were talking about how Israel needs the U.S. economy to collapse if they're going to become the new world superpower. And I think that's the direction that they're headed. They want to become the new leader of the free world.
I mean, that's what they've been trying to do.
Exactly, and they're never going to stop. They see the difference between us and them is it's a crusade for them. It's a holy war. How do you win a fight? Is you give the people that are fighting something to believe in. You know, a reason to go off and. So it's a crusade, which means that we're cooked because we don't have we're bifurcated. We're not together working in unison. They're gonna get us. We're gonna lose.
I think Trump had I think the problem is I think right now he's being told what to do. I'm not gonna lie.
100, or he's being manipulated, and he's so stupid he doesn't even know.
Because the thing is like when he ran on his first term, he was like different, and I like also the thing is like they keep. First of all, the thing that pisses me off is he says that he ended the war, but
no, he didn't.
I'm still seeing pictures, right? Like that's a lie. But then I told this TikTok seller earlier today because the White House posted today. What did I say? I have to pull this up again. It was pretty interesting. I think I give it to him another year, and if nothing changes within like another year, then we're definitely cooked.
Josh, do you believe in the Bible?
I've been doing a lot of research about some things that don't make sense anymore.
Exactly. I like him. I know I give you a hard time, Josh, but you're the future, and my kids and you that are similar in age are our only hope. We need you to see the whole picture. I know it's like millennials and Gen X, they get tunnel vision, but you guys are our only hope. That's it. Millennials, we're tired. We raised menaces to society, and we hope it's worth it. But take everything with a grain of salt. The Bible, the government, liberals, Republicans, you and TikTok seller are all we got, man.
No matter what happens, you should always be looking over your shoulder and trying to think, what's the angle? How am I being manipulated?
Well, what I think is, I do believe that there is a God. I'm not saying the whole Bible is fake, but a lot of it is pretty fabricated. A lot of things don't make sense. I think people should start asking more questions, honestly.
Agreed. And that's why I do what I do, man. Turn you all into critical thinkers.
But the White House, they
Oh,
issued a warning
shit. I got sniped.
To Israel for violating gas ceasefire in Gaza. They said if you ruin your reputation, money to ruin President Trump's reputation after he broke with the deal in Gaza, which is basically them now admitting that there is still war in a sense.
Dude, that war's been going on for thousands of years. I said this before. Do you really think Trump's just going to stop it with a swipe of a pen?
It's less about the war, though, in particular, because it's a whole big distraction. Because, like, Christians, they defend Israel because they think they're on their side.
They're not.
The guy that says this, but total different religion.
Israel is after Israel. They don't give a shit about anyone else. They will take everyone's money and save themselves.
But the thing is, they control everything, though, and like that's what people need to realize. And so, like, same thing. Like, I would say even with, I mean, look at the porn sites. Anybody ever look at those? Like,
But who gave them that power? We all did. We're all responsible. We inflated them, and now we're all paying the price for it. Now, not us, I'm talking about the boomers and Gen X, but what I'm saying is that they pretty much all the countries handed over everything to them, and we made them what they are. Now they think they're untouchable and infallible.
I think America can go on a great run, only because I'm seeing like more and more people posting about Israel now. Like it's getting out there. So,
and that's the difference is we now have decentralized media with social media. So
that's what I was gonna say is I like Elon Musk because if it weren't for X, a lot of this stuff wouldn't come out. Like a lot of people hate him. I don't really understand why. I'm sure some people might have some of their reasons, but when it comes to being...
What happened to TikTok seller? Is he on a bathroom break?
He's AFK.
I don't know. I think they lied about that part of the history too, but...
Let me eat in peace.
Here's my thing about Elon Musk is, even if he has good intentions, he's still paving the way for total control.
Didn't you hear the quote that he wants to save the world, but he's the only one he wants to save it? And that kind of mentality is who he is. I believe truly that he does want to make the world better, but only if he's allowed to do it.
TikTok, here comes the gas. Here comes the gas.
Probably under his terms as well, you know?
Exactly.
I don't know. I found it sus when they kicked Elon Musk off of the OpenAI.
I like Elon, but you can see obviously it kind of has to be I guess same narrative that Trump has, where he's wants everything done the way he wants it done when he wants it done.
Why do you think him and Trump butted heads? Because they both have to be the savior of the world, and only one of them can do it.
I mean, as long as they, I think the problem right now is I think that Trump got compromised somewhere between like the half point of his second term.
Look at Trump when he did the tariffs. The only set in stone tariff deal that we have right now is the deal with Israel, and that was the first deal made.
I think we need to shed light on that, because I think if we get rid of Israel, I think a lot of things could change. But that's going to be dependent on people, because look at the UK, right?
Are you saying glass of juice?
Glass of juice.
Did you just say glass of juice? That's what I heard.
Hey, are you you playing COD by yourself right now, or?
I mean, TikTok seller is supposed to be playing. Why, you want to hop on?
If you got space, I'm back on already.
Yeah, we got space.
UK,
I'll send you an invite.
people that they can't work if they don't get digital ID. But I think what people need to realize is that if they just all don't get it, then it doesn't work. But...
Yeah, but people are sheep. You know that. Like, there's certain things I won't have in my house because I'm not going to bow into peer pressure, but it doesn't matter what the 5 of us do when everyone's willing to do it, because everyone else is doing it. If we all stopped working for one whole day, we could get the government to bend their knees. But will everyone do it? No.
Nope, because they're all fucking poons.
And everyone's just gonna follow what everyone else does. Well, I won't get paid that day. Fuck you. If everyone didn't go to work one day, the government would be pleading for help. But we can't do it. Nobody wants to. Everyone's so divided in this country and the world that everyone's like, well, if we do this, it's fuck you to the other side. Well, if we do this, it's fuck you to that side. We're so fucked up right now. And I think you're right with Trump. I think he has dementia. I think he's being lied to. He's being manipulated like a puppet, but he's still a fucking moron. If you heard him speak, he said groceries like 7 times in 1 minute, like he didn't know what the word was.
No, I think he's compromised because of the Epstein files, and that's where the Jews got him. You know, because because we know that there's you know, Israeli assets and Mossad agents involved with all of that. We know that it's all kinds of like foreign diplomats and country leaders that are all in on that. So I think that that's what it all boils down to.
Well, my question is, are they really just... I mean, I found out the other day that they want to now be able to deport people who are literally Americans just for talking about the same shit we're talking about right now, which is real fucking crazy.
Yes, he said that. He said that. Trump said that. That if you don't agree with him, that you shouldn't be in this country. If you have which is fucking wild. He wants to get rid of anyone who has dual citizenship. If you don't claim complete loyalty.
A couple weeks back, they did mention something about like removing the freedom of speech because it's a dangerous thing to have. He said, where we
I heard that,
be
yeah.
around saying everything we want to kind of say.
He said that, yeah,
that's
that people
fucking
don't really
nuts.
want it. They just think they want it. That's what he said.
And this is why we need the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment protects the First.
The thing is, though, we really don't have anybody else to vote for, which is why people gotta expose this shit, because voting for somebody isn't gonna solve all these problems.
It doesn't matter who you vote for. It's a uniparty now.
Burn it all down. Start a revolution. Burn it all down, and we'll start all over again with the new generation.
We gotta start playing Call of Duty in real life, I guess. That's what it seems like. But no, everyone's a bunch of poons, you know what I mean? No one's even willing to do anything. The only thing that people care about is pumping their bags, or, you know, I mean, people are just struggling to fucking put gas in their tank and food on the table. And they're keeping the cheese on a string just enough to let you get a little bite so that you think that things can get better, but they never do. And it keeps people pacified, but they still keep marching in the direction that they want to head.
I mean, see, this is the thing for me, is like the only reason why I'm so even like interested about this whole market thing and crypto thing is that, you know, like now that I know how basically all this shit works, I'm just like, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna admit I'm just here to make money, and I don't really give a shit what happens outside of that. Because like also at the same time, I also know that nothing changes unless people actually start speaking up about the problems that there are. So it's not just on like one person per se.
And that's what I'm trying to do here, bro. Like, I'm trying to be the voice speaking up. I'm really hopeful that someone hears my voice on Wednesday, I think it is, because no one else is doing it, you know? And it's really sad to see that no one cares.
I just think that the people who are only ever talking bad about crypto, they're trying to project the whole world's problems on one specific thing. And like that's the only thing that I don't like about it.
We disagree. I don't like crypto for many different reasons. It is especially not just in this country, but in others. It is just a tax on people, and I'm sorry, no government wants the middle class or the poor to make $1 million. They do not want that, and in no way would they ever support something like that. It is a tax on people who don't know any better, who think, oh, I can make quick, easy money, or you're literally making the money on people's downfall, which is already evil in itself.
Exactly.
But at some point, they are going to take all of that from you. You're going to wake up one day and your balance will be zero. And you try to pull it out of that cold wallet, the second they see it, gone. Because they don't want you to be rich. There is a 1% for a reason, especially in this country. And
Or
if
they
you truly believe that you'll ever be part of it, you're delusional.
Yeah, it seems more likely that they'll get everybody to invest into these native tokens, and then they'll basically say, oh, we're regulating that native tokens are trash. We don't need the technology. They all go away, and we're all using stable coins. That seems like the most likely scenario. And everyone's going to get stuck holding a bag of worthless coins that do nothing.
I mean, but look at the stock market, though. I mean, look at all the older people. Their entire fucking life is in the stock market.
Where are we going,
So,
bro?
again, you know,
They're going to get fucked too. That's the point. The point is, in the last 10 years of this government has been given more and more and more power to the government. And the stock market will be the last thing to fall. And then everyone's going to be like, oh no, the stock market. No, we've had the stock market crash many of times. The point is, will it get back up this next time? And that's going to be up for debate.
They may just abolish it altogether.
no,
Think
They
about-
don't want you to own anything.
You'll
that
own
negative
nothing
of a
and you'll be
person.
happy.
That's just the way I am. I think I'm pretty confident that all this shit is going to get exposed and some good is going to come out of it here soon.
Sweetheart, I'm a millennial. I've been thinking the same thing my whole
Fuck.
life, and here we are. The same goddamn thing over and over and over.
Oh, there's a care
Nothing
package on the
gets
roof.
better. It only gets worse.
I mean, what? I mean, you know, besides, there's just really nothing else you can do. I mean, like, still learning the skill of like trading stocks and crypto. I still think people should do it because, I mean, if everything goes to shit, then you know, there's nothing anyway. But at least you're doing something.
I totally get that, but you know what's weird is that people like me, I got a call about 2 months ago. I grow food, right? So I don't go to the store for certain things, but someone reported me. And what ended up happening was the electricity company came out because I work off of a well. They're like, well, what are you using that's extra electricity? To make sure
For
that I
real?
wasn't growing anything I wasn't supposed to. And they were like, oh, do you plant, what about these plants? And I was like, well, they're not that much. And I just blamed it on we had extra air conditioners, but they're trying to control every aspect.
They think you're
Everything.
growing pot.
No, they would out here, like if you use just a little bit too much electricity, they'll come out and see why. They want to know why. What are you doing? Are you growing your own food? You're not supposed to. We don't want you doing that. It's fucking wild.
I thought that you're allowed to use all the electricity you pay for. Did they
No.
seriously check in California?
That's not green.
check.
They'll regulate. Yeah, they'll regulate how much you're consuming.
I mean, that's not a thing over here in Iowa, but that's crazy.
Yet
Oh, California, man, they're on another level.
See, this is my thing though. Because there's so many younger liberal
Dude.
women specifically that were like going on TikTok saying Gavin Newsom should become president, and I'm like, well, like California, and I know there's this whole conspiracy because everybody says that because they don't even live there, right? I get that, but and it's not just California, but like it is kind of overreaching, and I'm sure like. Obviously, I mean, if you put somebody on the other political aisle in that state, they wouldn't fix shit either. So that's not my point, but like it's still crazy.
I will vote for Gavin Newsom to be runs for president. 100%. I will rather stick with the evil I know than the evil I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not saying he's perfect, but my kids, the school systems got exponentially better out here. More funding for books, more funding for upgrades. I mean, you guys don't see it because you're not in California, but everyone is entitled to health care. And even if you can't afford it, he'll make it so you can. And people like, oh, it's illegal immigrants. No, it's the citizens of California. So he's done a lot for this state. And I've not agreed with all of his policies. But again, I'd rather stick with the devil I know.
Where's the money coming from, though? Like, that's
We're the fourth largest economy in the world. Most of the country gets your agriculture from, guess what, California. Your meat from, guess what, California. Not only that, we have Silicon Valley. We sell the best technology that
Silicon?
you can get in the United States.
Silicon Valley? I think it's silicone. There are a bunch of fake titties out there.
Though. Like, if you look into it, they cut something to fund the other. Like, that's all these administrations do.
But a lot of us here are willing to pay that tax. The schools are better. Our roads are paid. Like, we have access to
California's roads are terrible.
We're talking, yeah, but
they're the
out here we
worst
live
in the
middle of
country.
nowhere. Well, because it's in the city, what I'm talking about. But it's all the same. Like, I feel like there's an advantage here, and being one of the fourth largest economy, not the States, fourth largest economy, is because we have deals with everybody and we don't isolate people.
No, it's because of all the land and what's produced.
We have a lot.
Don't hate me for saying this, but I don't think that a healthcare system for everybody would work. Like, I've crunched the numbers multiple times. It just doesn't work.
Well, look at everything that's privatized is cheaper. Everything that the government has their hands in is more expensive.
Actually, I've done the research. All we have to do is cut. Okay, so the federal government, when it budgets out, 70% of that goes to the military. If we took 10% of that and put it into universal health care, everyone could have it. Every single person, actually 7%. All they would have to do is cut 7% from the military budget and not buy fucking sushi every fucking day, and everybody in America could have universal health care.
Just one of those care packages to Israel would cover it.
Thank you.
Can we at least agree, though, that these medical companies are
Damn.
They're evil.
Damn, Baller is killing it right now. Savage, bro.
You get taxed. The problem is, like, the medical shit only costs so much because it's overpriced, and then they lie and say, oh, well, if we lowered the prices, we couldn't afford to pay our staff, which is bullshit, because if you actually look at the numbers, there's only a couple people who are profiting off of everybody being sick.
And those are the people who don't want universal health care, because Big Pharma makes a huge amount of money, and that's what made me upset that Trump is now partnered with Pfizer to make their own kind of medication to sell to people. And if we were to get universal health care, they would not be able to gouge everybody like they are now. And not only that, everyone would have health care. No one would have to go to the fucking ER and have a $10,000 bill when they get out that they're never going to be able to pay.
Well, I mean, the interesting part is that Pfizer is an Israeli company, so.
Oh my God. It all everything boils down to Israel, man. It's kind of crazy.
But it's not even just Trump, though. It's like everything is. I don't know if that's true. I don't think they are.
No. I mean, that's what they go by, obviously, you know.
Well, but they only do that to trick the Christians, though. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm so glad your guys' generation sees through the whole Israeli bullshit, because we've been trying to say it, but nobody listens to the millennials, but you guys get it.
Well, for so long, it was like if you said anything, you were like a Nazi for saying it.
Oh, you were an anti-Semite. I got called that a lot, and I'm like, no, I'm just anti-bullshit.
Dude, I got sniped.
Yeah.
Dude, he's been just sitting there watching that loadout box.
That needs to be done is these medical companies need to be,
They were both up there.
Dude.
The 1% controls it, people like Trump. That's why he pushed this whole bill that's and it's gonna literally triple everybody's health care by not allowing them to get affordable health care. And so we're gonna be in a almost
oh dang.
I mean, I think the only saving grace we would have now is if Israel gets exposed. That's what I think.
I mean, it's happening, but I don't think anyone does anything about it.
The UN won't allow it. They won't let them get exposed.
But they are, though.
As we need the boomers and the Gen Xers to disappear.
Deny, even if they do get exposed, you know?
I mean, that's what
Well,
Trump does.
Okay,
you know, I think Trump would have been a good president if he didn't get compromised by the Jews.
he compromised himself.
He's a goddamn
thing
pedophile.
He shouldn't have diddled children.
Even if he's not a pedophile, he fought to protect pedophiles. So before we go down the good president road, he's no better than Bill Clinton, Gates. He's not better than the Prince whatever. He's a fucking pedophile, or he protected pedophiles. He's a piece of shit.
And like I said this before, I forget what I was gonna say now. I've said it before though. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I don't know. I think if he was in the files, they would have used it a long time ago. But
They've been using it, but okay, hear me out. Okay, fine, he's not in the files. Why was he fighting so hard to keep them out when there's pedophiles in that fucking folder? So either he's a pedophile or he protects pedophiles. There's no win-win situation. There's just no win situation. He's a fucking disgusting human being. That's the either way you think of it. And they're not just letting photos of just him out. They're showing photos of everybody. Everybody. And
well,
so
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't like the way that like the liberals were portraying that it was like that, you know, it was like him being in there, because I don't think that he did anything there. But also like it was kind of weird how, because he said he was going to release them and then he wasn't. But what I think happened is like there were certain people in here that were going to get affected if it went out, so they like tried to control him not to release it. That's what I think.
but what's the right thing to do? What would be the right thing to do? Because there are so many survivors that don't get their day because this motherfucker decided to protect pedophiles. Although I believe he is one, 100%, but if he's not, he still chose to protect pedophiles. And I don't care what side of the fence they're on, they all need to be accountable for it.
That is true, but I think it's easier said than done as far as like leaders of the world, I guess, of the states, you know. So
Well, I honestly like Russia. I'm gonna fucking get
I
slandered
think
with
it's
this.
just too many bad apples that have done too many bad things that it's kind of hard to undo or to kind of bring to the light, or at least you don't want to be that person that does bring it to the light, you know.
And I agree. That's why we
Way
need
too much
people like
backlash.
TikTok Seller and Josh, the younger generations that aren't tainted, to start all over, burn it all down, and let these younglings control the country, because all these old ones are disgusting, dirty human beings. Period.
Dude, I was thinking about running for, what was it? I wanted to run for a district in our bigger city here, but you have to be like a certain age.
Aren't you 18?
Yeah, but you have to be like 20 something, and then governor, it's even older, way older.
That's bullshit. Those laws need to be changed. People who make laws for a future they're not going to live in should not be able to make laws.
Well, look at all the people who are in the Supreme Court, and they're the same people who have been in there for forever, which means one, they
That's
can
what
hide all this shit.
Exactly. I'm right there with you on that one. That should be like a 2-term thing, and they should not be able to sit there for the rest of their lives.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
and then Americans like, oh, I'm glad we have term limits. I'm like, we really don't. People that matter don't have term limits.
Exactly.
Looking it up right now.
I'm gonna do quads so that we can bring in new people to get them
Wait,
to
hold on, let me
join.
join the back house.
In
You're gonna
Iowa,
join?
we have the largest
Yeah, I'm going
cancer
back.
problem out of any other state, and there's literally Democrats and Republicans running for governor, and they're both lying out their ass because they're like, if I get elected, I'm gonna spend all of our budget resources to figure out what the problem is. And I'm like, bitch, we already know what the problem is. Our governor signed a bill protecting the big industries, specifically the farming industries, because they put shit into the, basically they dump the waste into the water, and specifically like Iowans, like we get cooked by it. And so what it is they're protecting the bigger companies And now they want to waste even more of our money, claiming that they're gonna figure it out. But we already know, but none of them are gonna do anything about it.
Yeah, they're both lying. They're both absolutely lying. They know the problem. They have no intention of fixing it, just putting a pretty bow on it, and hopefully you guys don't notice.
Corporate greed.
I don't have anybody to vote for governor because all the options are like completely terrible, and like everybody always runs on the water issue in Iowa, but nobody ever does shit about it.
Same in California.
Burn it all down, damn it. Revolution. It starts right now if everyone gets on board. Just burn it all down.
Yeah, you have to be 30 to run for governor in Iowa.
You know, it only takes 5 people to really do something tactically. People think it takes an army. 5 people can do a lot of damage.
True.
How many we got in here? 6?
5.
All it takes.
I mean, Oz, you heard me when I was on that panel when you had whatever her name was, up the Stand with Crypto thing, where I was saying like people should be allowed to pay for shit with either cash, crypto, or their regular bank account. Like it shouldn't be limited to one thing.
Right.
Just to pay with what they want.
And that's why I'm pushing for like a crypto constitution, something that is a type of regulation that makes it so the government can't overstep, just like we have, you know, for our laws that govern us, same for our money. So it protects the people from government overreach. But everyone wants regulations so that institutions can come in and run the show. Like, that's not what we need. We need regulation that keeps institutions and governments from overstepping.
But what did I tell you? It's not about the people. They don't care about the people. It's about protecting the government and the banks.
Right.
And that's all this leads down to.
And the people are cheering it on because they're hoping that it pumps their bag. It's terrible.
I mean, I don't really see it that way, personally. I guess that's just me, though. But
Oh man, I miss when I had dreams and aspiration and didn't see the world for what it was. It must be so nice because the world fucking sucks, and when you get to that point, you'll see what we're talking about.
For real.
I don't know. I just think it's a little bit like not everybody's gonna win. That's just how the game is. But I genuinely noticed when I got shit on. But it's just same with stocks. Like I just think that it's not a. I think free markets is not necessarily a bad thing.
It's like George Carlin said, it's a big old club, and you ain't in it. And we are not the 1%, nor will you ever be. And so you are just a pawn in their game.
Even if you become a millionaire or a billionaire, dude, you're still not in the club.
Well, that's exactly my point. Like you taking $1 million or even $1 billion from the market, you're not taking shit, which is my whole point. But the thing that people need to understand is like it's not saturated. Like I will never be a communist or socialist because one, it doesn't work, and like also if you take away capitalism, then there's not really a point to live anymore. But I think there's like overreach, like specifically the medical industry. It's like you have to have some sort of things like the Constitution so people don't overstep.
Exactly. And that's what crypto needs.
I think it's funny when people are like, communism doesn't work when China has been around for 5,000 years and will outlive the United States. And I'm not saying I side with communism, but what I'm saying is that they have universal health care, they have universal college, like anybody can go to college, they have all those things, and they have some of the lowest poverty rates because of the way they function. Now, do I agree? No, we're all given propaganda. We're supposed to hate China. China's supposed to hate us. And all of that in between. But I just think it's funny that we as a country are barely a couple thousand years old. No, excuse me, a couple hundred years old, and we really think we're going to outlast these countries that have been here for thousands of years.
Ooh, you should come back. Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I mean, the only thing with China, though, is the only people who are really thriving in China are the people who are already rich. So that's why.
How is it any different then? But at least they have universal health care. At least they have the needs that they have met.
But
But here
you
we
don't
are
need
with the highest poverty.
you don't need communism for universal health care, though. Like that's
It's
that's my thing
socialism.
on it. Yeah, but if we need to go to that route of communism, socialism, the problem with that is the only way that works is by government control, and that's the one thing I don't want. And I don't want
We're already there. But that's what I'm saying. You're saying about communism. What I'm saying is that that is where this country is headed because everything will be regulated, just like China. And you don't want to see it that way, that somehow capitalism is going to exist. It doesn't. Or there would be a what do you call it? There'd be a everyone would have a decent amount of money. There should be no trillionaires. I'm sorry. That's
Right.
ridiculous. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. There should be no trillionaires when kids can't get food. But in places like Russia, who have universal health care, college, food, and China, and we're supposed to hate these countries, but they're literally feeding their poor.
We're only supposed to
But
hate
we're
them
not.
because they don't have a central bank. They don't have the Federal Reserve. They don't use fiat. That's why we're supposed to hate them, because we can't control and manipulate them. And they want to
They've been around
create
a lot longer than we have.
right, but they want to
But
create a one world government with a one world currency, and they can't have that if those types of countries exist.
What I believe is that there's more land and that we live in a whole entire prison, all countries included, and you can't fucking leave. That's what I think. And all it is controlled by a couple people.
You're probably right. God, that makes a lot of sense.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's a ship tracker, and it was coming out of the Arctic. And a lot of people, this is the thing that I hate, because so many people shit on the flat earthers. But the funny thing is that they try so hard to hide the fact that there could be more land out there. And my theory that I'm always going to stand by is that everybody in all these countries is all a slave, and you can't leave, and that they got balloons that are floating in the air, basically like a whole huge camera system that you can't leave. And I think that the true top people of society live on the outer lands. That's what I think. Because everybody says that the flat earthers are wrong, but then explain why the fuck can't you leave? Why can't I go and see the actual
I think they're
end?
all right.
Look at the flight paths. They don't make sense. Like, you know, and the funny thing is too is that the conspiracy theorists always end up being right. So, and they're also the minority in this situation. And also, all the fucking space images are fake as shit.
I think
I was a video editor for 3 years. I do Photoshop. I can tell that shit is fake, and it pisses me off when people say it's real because I can see that it's fake.
what I believe is that the world that we know it is flat. It's a flat section of a globe Earth. It's just a portion that we're being shown, and the Earth is much bigger. And I believe that it's hollow at the in the center from the North and South Pole. I think everyone's right.
It could be either of those, but we're definitely.
I think it's like a different side that we're just like the reason why the flat earth people think it is and they can potentially be right is that we're only on one side of the globe. So therefore it would be more close to a flat earth. But I think there's a whole other part of the earth we don't know about and we're not allowed to go to because we're bad children.
Right. We're in the prison planet.
I know that for a fact. And all these different political things that happen around the world, it's all just a shit show to make people not realize that. And like, it just has to be. Like, think about it. Elon Musk always says I'm building rockets to go to Mars. I actually think he's lying about that. I think that if he is going to end up being a good person, all those rockets are built for transportation, and he says I want to go home. So I genuinely believe that he's talking about the outer lands. And and we're stuck in it, and like you can tell, like we could argue that it's a smaller part of land on a round on a globe Earth or a flat Earth.
Put some
Either
shots on them.
people could be right or wrong, but one thing that nobody can be mistaken about is that there's definitely more land because
Oh no, right here.
there's just no way.
I believe that. Yeah.
And I mean, they can zoom all the way into your backyard, all the way from up there. So they got tabs on everybody. Like I work with this company. It's a startup, and I was in the meeting. They are working with this other company that has patented technology, and your Apple iPhone, not even Apple, every phone can read what your brain is thinking to push advertising to you.
Oh yeah.
When I tell my friends about it, they say you're lying. I'm like, motherfucker, I was in the meeting talking to these people. Like, what do you mean I'm lying? Like, everybody
That's 100% true.
Facebook knows you need to poop before you do.
Dude, they're building the company that I work with. They're gonna use that technology to and basically, they're gonna sell it as an AI package. It's like a fucking chip in it. Like you can opt in to send your health information to your doctor because it's like, and it's not like a drug or a medical thing. Like it's a good company. But I'm just saying from the point of like, there's other companies like they can read what your brain is thinking with your phone. Like that's a thing. It's like your little fucking checkpoint thingy. Like people think like, oh, if I ever get hunted by the government, I can just go to an island and hide. Like, no, I'm sorry, but
Nope.
they have cameras that will see you on that island. Like,
You have to go to a country that will give you asylum, and even then, they have to accept you for that asylum.
The one world order or the people who are keeping us in our little prisons still know you're there, though. Like,
right, you're not hiding from anything. Look at Edward Snowden. We know exactly where he is.
And if we really want to get into it, we can talk about the fact that most of our people are NPCs, like the Cabbage Patch Kids. The fact that the history was reflooded, they reset us multiple times too, and they probably already had AI like hundreds of years ago, and they just re-release it because.
Honestly,
that's how they update that shit so quick. Every month, it's a new model.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been out. You remember Nikki? She was the one that she worked for the NSA, and she's the one that developed the Discord. I was talking to her, and she was like, she helps program the AIs, right, for the NSA. And she's like, the stuff that the government's using is far more advanced than what we see now. And they're just releasing something that they've already had for a long time.
Yeah.
Did you see when Trump signed the bill to stop like states from regulating AI individually? Like an hour before they fucking release like Trump with a walker, but the White House blames AI for it, and it's like the contradiction. It's so stupid.
What's the
Hilarious.
remember South Park where JD Vance and Trump got caught having sex, and then Trump says, "Oh, it's AI, it's fake." That's the world we live in now.
And the
He literally said
like
if something bad happens, just call it AI.
Yep.
South Park cooked. They're funny as shit.
We might have like 2 behind us.
Yeah.
Behind
I
us?
think, give it a couple years, and it's gonna come out that there's more land, and then people are gonna start going batshit crazy because everything they've been told is a lie. Wait until you find out that we're exporting goods out to other people, and we're all just slaves, and you have this like free illusion that you're not because you can choose whatever career path you want.
Freedom's always been an illusion. You do not have freedom. You cannot speed. You cannot.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
You can't kill people. You can't steal things. The illusion of freedom has been around for a long time, but it has been sold to us like it exists.
Well, I would like to know why there's a ship called Protector 1 and Protector 2 that stop you when you go too far out into the ocean. That's my question.
It's like Grand Theft Auto, bro. You go too far out in the ocean and you're cooked.
Right in the air, the plane doesn't go any
The
higher.
map doesn't go that far.
Well, they definitely lie about a lot of shit, and the other problem with Trump too is that, like, same thing with the AI. It's like, so let's just say that somebody found out too much. The government's like, okay, we need to get rid of them without making it too obvious.
We got a vehicle behind us.
You're gonna make an AI video of this person killing somebody.
We got a vehicle coming up behind us.
Because the fucking old judge isn't gonna give a shit, doesn't even really know what's going on, and then you get a life sentence. And I wonder how many people have been sentenced to life in prison for doing that. So I'd argue that number is pretty damn high.
This has been my issue with AI since I was 12 years old, and I've always hated AI and robots because that's when it was really introduced, is that they could fabricate evidence using AI to put certain people in jail that they didn't like. And I feel like that's already happened.
Oh shit, behind us, behind us.
You know what I mean? Like, it is so dangerous. I hate AI to my core.
You see it on TikTok how people will post a video that's real and people will be like, how do I know it's not AI? And now we have this problem where now you can post something that's real and people are gonna say it's AI. So it's like a double story.
I got him.
That was the point of having it unregulated. So anything he did wrong,
Just one.
he could be like, it's AI.
But I think it wasn't just Trump. Like, they've had this shit for forever, and I think they've already been using it. And also the CIA.
He signed Project 2025. This is what he wanted. He wanted people to look at information or look at the bad things he did or other people did or whatever, both sides, and be like, see what I was talking about? You can't trust that. He created the fake news rhetoric for AI, so he can be like, no, look, see, I didn't, or oh, look, they did. That was the whole point.
Got him.
Boss, let's go. Yeah, that Project 2030 shit is terrible, or Agenda, whatever it's called. 2031.
Agenda 31.
31.
Same thing with, like, crypto is, like, I have this whole group of people that I'm helping, and I told them, like, when Bitcoin hits 1 million, we're gonna sell, because that's gonna be the biggest sell signal ever. And, like, I tell them, like, look, CIA is definitely made by the government. They're gonna rug it. And, like, Satoshi's wallet is literally just a fake wallet, and they're never gonna sell Satoshi's wallet, because when they made it, they did it to give people that sort of...
They'll get other...
more Bitcoin in other wallets than
They'll get other governments to buy into it, right? And then they'll rug those governments to topple it.
That's the plan, but this is why I hate all... Like, and this is, like, no thing, but the reason why I'm so bullish isn't because I think this shit is gonna stay around, but it's the fact that your everyday normal person has a chance before all this shit goes south. It's no damn money. And, like, everybody's saying, like, it's gonna go this slow. And I'm telling you right now, JP Morgan and this shit is gonna pump. People are talking about extreme lows now. We're gonna look back at this in like a year or two, and Bitcoin's gonna be sitting at 250, 500K. I think I'm in this shit. I'm gonna build this industry for as much as I can with my friends, and I'm gonna be vocal that at some point it's gonna get rough. But I just don't think that time is now.
Yeah, we got time. I just...
Like, what am I supposed to use? The stock market?
No, I get that, but at the same time, we need to be mindful that we're not, you know, pushing rhetoric that we don't want just to make our bags pump. That's all I've been saying. Obviously, we want our bags to pump, but let's be realistic.
Like, I work in the record industry, so I have a startup record label, and my goal is to eventually be as big as Sony, but I have, like, different contract systems because, like, the whole music industry is run by the same people. And also what's funny is when you go to all the top execs that work at these record labels, first of all, they all own each other. And then second, I went to all the execs' Instagram pages, and I'm not weird, but I went on their wife's Instagram pages, and I went and found their wedding photos, and they're all wearing, those caps that the Jews wear. So, I mean, this shit runs pretty damn deep.
So
I'm pretty sure that's stalking.
You have a record label? What does it do?
Said he wasn't weird.
It's
that's weird.
public
That's
Instagram
weird.
account.
because I'm working on a new Goat Tribe album with Goat Tribe and Crypto Rap.
I don't really specialize in the AI music stuff though.
But it's fucking fire, and it's the future. It's what
Unfortunately,
In the record industry, there's this whole thing right now, and like my entire like, I literally am gonna have to pay a lawyer because of that shit. Like, I do not want AI to go into the music industry.
Well, it's gonna.
The AIs train off of the artist's shit that's already out there, so it's all copyrighted.
it's too late. It's too late, hun. It is way too late. AI music started happening about 6 years ago. It's too late. That will be the whole future.
Taylor Swift's music, half of or basically all of her latest album is AI, and you could tell because even the Taylor Swift fans were turning against her on that album. So,
well, she's a connoisseur, so that's fine.
A connoisseurist or a cuntosaurus?
There's big artists, but the ones that are big, like the Disney actor artists, like Sabrina Carpenter, they're all industry plants, and like also like.
Look at Zac Efron. He was created in a lab.
They make people in labs, dude. They can
Yeah.
grow kids and
You can.
Yeah, but he played a great Ted Bundy.
There's a website you can go to, and you can like surrogate a kid. You can pick their eye color, their muscle tone, their skin color, everything.
they've been able to do that shit for years, though.
Yeah.
Exactly, but it's fucking creepy. Just like stalking people online.
And Disney does it.
I wouldn't call it stalking. It's public accounts.
If you're actively searching for somebody you don't know, that's kind of like stalking.
Nope, it's freedom.
No, those people are public. Like, they're the faces of multi-billion-dollar companies. I can't go on and look at their Instagram.
No.
It's public.
I'm with Josh on this one.
Are you guys loading in?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's weird. They like to talk people. My shit's all public. I ain't hiding shit. But
Dude, I'm an internet ghost.
I'm sorry, you want to elaborate on that one?
I'm a ghost on the internet. Like, I have a social media presence, but it's a character. It's not actually me. Like, I don't exist on the internet at all.
I think if you don't want people looking at your shit, you can't have social media. Public profile, and then gets mad at people. Like,
No, but I would never actively search for somebody I didn't know, like, especially on Facebook. Like, that's to me
well,
is
not
really
Facebook, Instagram.
I even had
Okay.
Elon try to find me on the internet, and he couldn't find me.
Yeah, but like, look at it this way.
But that's how you would think like the truth comes out right after some hard digging, right?
Well, I was just digging into the people who own these big companies that I'm going up against, and sure enough, they're all from the same country. So. What the fuck do you think lawyers do?
Yeah, it's like private investigation.
Yeah,
I have to admit, like, I'm siding with Josh on this. If it's public information, it's open to the public, period.
Just like, this has never happened before. I don't know how to feel.
I've had issues with stalkers, so I'm very biased on this situation because I've had 3 restraining orders my whole life. Well, from my 20s to now, 3 restraining orders against people who wouldn't leave me alone. So yes, I'm not a fan of the whole let me stalk these people and see what they do and where. It is odd.
they're not private people though. These people are the faces of like big companies, and they affect people's lives, so it's a little bit different.
You have a stalker, Jesse?
I used to. I had 3 different ones in my 20s, and it was unpleasant to say the least. The last one was when I was 31.
That's because you're a
And I
hot
had to get
commodity.
restraining orders. Well, I had to get restraining orders, and then I moved out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't have that issue because I don't really leave the house, and I can't now because of ICE being everywhere out here. So
I know where you are. I'll come find you.
don't play with me. I will burn your shit to the ground. Do not play.
I'm about to dox Jesse right now.
not defending that shit, but it is kind of crazy how the liberals didn't care when Obama was deporting so many people.
They had due process. Let me explain to you. They were not U.S. citizens. They had due
Dude.
process. They weren't shipped to a fucking
They
country they'd never been
deported
before.
a
Don't
guy
play with
that
me.
served in the military, took 2
I
bullets.
saw that. That was hilarious.
The dude took 2 fucking bullets for his country, so they deported him. That's fucking nuts.
The Trump administration is deporting citizens, the military citizens. They don't fucking care. And nor they're not getting due process. Yes, Obama deported people. Every single president has. But they
Facts.
had due process. These ones, they're being put God knows where. The women are missing. The kids are missing. And the men are getting sent to
What
countries
about those
they've never
people
been before.
that were washing up on shore in shackles?
Yeah,
I
what
bet
about
you
those
those were deportees, man.
Look, I'm not defending that shit. I just personally, and I didn't even vote yet because I just turned 18. But I just personally dislike far left liberals. I hate them.
Well, I mean, I'm a
Same,
centrist,
same.
you know, like, can we just have a happy medium? You know, can we just get along?
Like they post videos about how you should hate Elon Musk because he could solve everybody's problems because of how much money he has. And then first of all, that's false information because half the money they're saying he has is in certain things, like it isn't available cash on hand.
Right.
Right. And then second, he's actually done more shit than most people. Why aren't they going after the private billionaires? It's only ever the people who have anything to do with Trump. Which I get it, but if you're only ever doing it when you're at something personal to gain, that's like, you know. And same thing goes for far right MAGAists because like they don't care what bad shit happens on their side. But I'm just saying like liberal people who one-sided, especially far leftist ones. It goes both ways about
I
Got
think
'em.
it's hard because I lean more to the left on a social level. But I also believe that there shouldn't be any kind of laws on guns. So I'm not sure where I fall on this. I'm for everybody get married and everyone have as many guns as you want to protect your family. I'm all for free speech, even if I don't believe what you say. I'm atheist, but I will fight for your right to have your be Christian and be in public and not be demonized. But at the same time, I just want people to be treated like humans. And right now, nobody is being treated like a human. We're all pawns.
Right. I just like the way like the liberals are when it comes to guns. It's just really scary. And I think more people would have actually voted liberal if it wasn't so tight, because it's like they bring up statistics that don't make sense, and also like the whole thing of like whole world order control just gets made easier the minute they start taking away guns, and you notice that in all the countries. So it's like they think they're fighting for the right shit, but they're just not. And then if you look into it, half of the school shootings are made fake anyway by the CIA.
Do not say that. Do not say that when there are parents grieving their children. That is an ugly, ugly thing to say to tell
Well,
a
I'm not
parent.
saying nobody
Oh, your
died, but
child didn't really
Got him.
die. It's all in your head.
that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying
No, I think
shooters
they're-
aren't random.
Yeah, I know what you're
military.
saying. I've seen that.
Downed him.
Like, how is the camera, like the ones
What
where
the
the angles of the
fuck?
cameras are so bad?
Someone
Like,
come
that
get
shit
me.
has to be fake.
Okay,
Like, that
yeah.
has to be
Yeah, because
like they let them get away first.
If you tell a bunch of people that
I
there's gun
sniped 2 of
control,
them.
shit like that won't happen, you're emotionally
Just hold them. They're gonna come
manipulating
to us right now.
people to basically be against guns, and that's where
See,
you have
and
the problem.
the problem isn't, yes, the fucking kids are, their number one killer of kids is fucking gun shootings. But the problem is, and I agree with you, there's too much gun law. Because let me tell you, mama would be strapped and ready to run in if she didn't have to jump through the hoops to get a fucking gun. But
Facts.
it doesn't, you cannot diminish these poor children who, no matter who is set up to shoot them, their lives matter, and people are upset that no one cares. So when things like Charlie Kirk, I'm like, well, what is it? Thoughts and prayers, and I don't even have that for him because he was a shitty fucking human being. But the thing is that we need to have no gun laws and let things sort themselves out.
I'm sorry, but I agree with you, Jesse. Gun control only puts guns in the hands of criminals.
Exactly.
I've
'cause
always
it's-
said this shit. But,
yeah, because a criminal
just
doesn't wake
saying-
up, use the gun that's available. Like, oh, can't use that gun. It's against the law. No, the only people who follow the law with the guns are people who follow the law. Criminals don't fucking give a shit.
But see, this is why I hate more of the leftist liberals, because they don't think about this shit, and it just makes me mad because I don't know.
But I'm a liberal. I am a liberal. But I do agree with you. The problem is, people think because I'm liberal and
I'm gonna die.
I'm moderate to liberal that I'm an extremist.
They're headed back to base.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I think liberals would have more. I think they would do better in the polls if they didn't. I don't know. There has to be some sort of. There's a reason why a lot of people vote red, and they're good reasons. And.
But Trump is signing. One of the first things that he signed in the law was more gun control, and no one said anything about that.
Yeah, MAGA cheered for it.
He made it so because it was from Trump. We definitely can regulate our they're pushing back on what kind of guns you have. No one said anything then, and it was okay because it was a big beautiful blonde with big tits, and he was just like, I'll sign whatever the fuck you want me to sign.
What law was
he got
it?
so low.
Yeah.
About mental health, regulating it, not letting certain people get guns. And not to be mean, but how does that really work?
He did the bump stock law.
He did the bump stock law too. Yep.
What is that?
Honestly, I think I didn't believe it before, but the more time goes by, I'm seeing Nazi Germany tendencies, and I know that that's like a thing that everyone says about the liberals because they scream, Nazi, Nazi, Nazi so much, but the fact of the matter is we are headed towards authoritarianism, and we're doing it very quickly, and it's concerning to me. And I voted for the guy, but I'm not blind to see that, hey, some of the things he's doing is not good. What the hell?
That's crazy.
What did you do?
Somebody cooked a grenade right above and just dropped it when I passed by.
Dang.
Oh.
Look, watch. Oh, I'm watching the replay on Abstract right now. Oh my god, bro.
Survived all that. Just no grenade. I think they just cooked it from the top and just dropped it down.
Yeah, he cooked the grenade on you.
Dang.
That was cool.
I don't know, and then this is going to be a very, very controversial take, but the way that abortion is done is really scary.
Well, thank God you're not a woman and don't have to make that decision because it's not your fucking body.
I think abortion should be rare and necessary.
Right.
You're not a woman. You don't get to make that choice. That's between them and their creator. It has nothing to do with you. You should not be regulating bodies. And if we're going to start regulating bodies, I think every boy, when they're born, should have a vasectomy until they are ready to have fucking children. And if that was the case and you guys had to be held responsible, none of these laws would exist.
I'm actually for that. You know what, where I'm at with the abortion thing is that's between you and your maker. The government has no business regulating that, and it should be regulated by culture. Is it acceptable or not? And if it's acceptable, then that person can make that choice, and that's between them and God. So if they're doing the wrong thing, then they'll have to pay their price at some point.
I love that the people who scream, don't regulate how we use our guns, but regulate a woman's body, and the people making those rules for the woman's body aren't fucking women. And so men need to shut up and sit down. Period.
I wasn't going there. I was just saying, can we at least say it for what it is? Because there's people saying it isn't murder, and that's fucking crazy.
Well,
I don't care what
It's a
you do,
fetus.
but
It's a fetus. It's clump of
I will
fucking
die
cells.
on that hill.
I mean, the abortions where like a partial birth abortion, that's horrendous. You're literally, if the baby can live and survive on its own, just take the baby out and, you know, put it up for adoption. Don't
Do you
murder.
know how many kids are on the fucking adoption list? Do you know how many kids are in foster care? I'm not saying it's right, but what I'm saying is that people don't get it. And I know people who had to have them, and it wasn't pleasant. It's not like, oh, can't wait to kill this baby, because people think it's a baby. It's fetus. It's literally a clump of cells.
I'm talking about
and if the,
partial
but if
birth
the
abortion.
argument-
So
if
it,
the argument is they can survive on their own, guess what? Babies can't do that. You still have to take care of them and feed them. So that's
all right,
not a realistic
but hear me
goal
out.
either.
A partial birth abortion is where they birth, the head comes out and then they snap the neck and then they pull the dead body out. That's
Okay, you realize
atrocious.
That's less than 1%, and
Well,
that
it's
stopped
illegal.
happening
It's
over a
illegal now,
decade ago.
but
No,
those
what I'm
types of
saying
things
is-
need to be regulated. That is not okay. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so then men should be paying child support the second the woman finds out she's pregnant, correct?
Actually, I'm for that.
And that they have to be completely held accountable for the child half and half for the rest of their lives, whether they're in it or not.
I'm just saying we shouldn't
Why
be
does it all
regulating
fall on the
people.
woman?
We shouldn't be regulating people, but there needs to be, you know, some reason where you can't just have a partial birth abortion. That can't be okay.
But then why is it okay for mass shootings?
It's
Can't
not
have it
okay.
both ways. Either everybody gets everything or nobody gets nothing, and that's the only way any of this works.
And like I said
It's
before,
crazy to
I
call it
digress.
murder when it is.
I digress that, you know, if someone decides to make that choice, it's not my place to say, but they will answer to their maker for it. But I do think it's wrong. I think partial birth abortion is a very, very wrong thing, but also at the same time, I'm not having that child.
Not your body, not your business.
I'm just here on the classification side of things,
Primary objective is to eliminate all targets.
but I don't know. I agree with Oz on you know, I do believe that people are going to be judged
Now
for their
ensure the point is
actions,
secure.
whether people believe in that or not. But I'm just more so on the classification side because I've seen the fucking videos and it goes against everything we've been told. So that's just my.
Well, I think abortion for profit is what should be illegal, where they push abortions just so that they can get the fetal tissue. That's disgusting. Because as we know, capitalism will always just push us in that direction. And we don't
It's
need
just
that.
scary the way that some people talk about it. They're like, oh, like I'm gonna go have 40 abortions. Like, bro.
Or like the transgender people that are like, I wish I could have a baby just so I could get an abortion. That's disgusting.
Okay, and I agree with you. That is disgusting, and obviously they're saying it for rage bait. But how is that different than MAGA saying I'm going to kill as many liberals as possible? Are we not human beings? If you're saying that baby is a baby, then how are those humans not human beings? Where do we draw the line? Because nobody cares once they're born. Nobody cares if they're fed. No one cares if they're taken care of. So I don't understand, unless you can promise that child will always have food, clothing, and a roof over their head, you don't get to make that decision.
And we kind of do that already, you know, like
It is,
No,
but
you don't.
I'm just saying
Kind
it's
of.
still murder, though. I'm not
It's
saying
not.
you
the
should-
problem is they're taking those children and they're shipping them off to the island. And what is it? 400,000 children go missing in the U.S. alone every year.
And that's what happens.
That's
when you put them up
crazy.
for adoption, and in foster care, they go
But
missing.
it isn't
Where
just
are all
foster
these?
care,
Where
though.
are all these
It's
people?
disappearing at Disney,
Walmart,
and
maybe.
everywhere. Like, it's everywhere. Dude, Walmart has tunnels under them. I'm not
Dude,
gonna lie.
I
Walmart
had
collects them.
my daughter almost got kidnapped at Walmart,
I remember the story.
You want to hear some crazy shit?
and the cops were in on it, and so was Walmart.
Dude, cops can't be trusted, bro. I'm
They cannot.
Fuck the
I
police.
actually hate them.
people
My
give me
dad's a
so
cop.
much
I
shit
fucking
for
hate
it.
them.
Be advised.
Fuck
an
the
enemy
police.
squad is tracking your location.
Let me.
Like, the only people who ever like police are the people who are like, they just piss me off. Because
Yeah, I hate cops, man. They're evil. And really, they don't protect and serve. They literally had to take protect and serve off their cars because it was basically they're not there to protect and serve.
like,
They're
why the fuck do I get shit for tint on my car, but you can have tint on your car? Like, what the fuck is that?
exactly
We can
That
hold them like
part.
right here.
rules for thee, but not for
What'd you
me.
say?
We can hold them there.
Like,
They gotta push
Oh,
them
is there
right now.
people? Shit. Okay.
Copy.
And then fucking, I wanted, bro, registration tax for your car. Like, holy shit, bro.
Well, that's that corporate
And
fiction.
the block camera systems that are going up everywhere. What about that?
Oh,
Why the
so
fuck are
many. A lot of them get shot where I'm at. People just shoot them.
Yeah, but why are so many people for them? Like, it pisses me off. Like, so many people defend that shit. Like, they're like, oh, but for the criminals. Bro, so many kids go missing and they can't find them. They have cameras in the skies. They can zoom in. They can find somebody if they really want to find them.
Yeah, they don't want to because they want to ship them off to SpongeBob Island.
Dude, have
Pretty
you heard?
much.
Have you seen
One's
the
up in the
videos
air.
of the guys that work at the ports, and you can hear kids screaming in the shipping containers, and they fucking know it too.
Yeah, and they do
the
nothing about it.
government knows they're in there. Exactly.
That's sad.
I believe
So,
that.
It's like, bro, and also like the qualifications to become a police officer. I swear most of the people who become police officers are just over controlling people, and they do it
They're
for ego
narcissists.
reasons, and they don't.
It's ego
actually-
for sure, yeah. Big time, I've seen it.
I don't know. Anytime I've got pulled over, I play the song "Fuck the Police," just so they know where I stand. If I'm gonna go down, I'm going down.
I mean, it's freedom of speech, but soon that's going to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm gonna use it while I got it. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When
That's-
Trump started saying that, but it's not even people with dual citizenship. They said that they were gonna deport people who were born in America. Like, they don't even have to have dual citizenship, even if you were never in any other country.
Well, I think it was the people that were like, I guess, their parents weren't born here, but they were like.
No,
they were born here?
regular Americans too. Regular Americans too. Not just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. Like the guy, he took 2 bullets, man, and they fucking shipped him off. And they just tried to play dumb, dude. They tried to play dumb, like, oh,
So
we don't
funny, dude.
we don't know anything about that.
We'll look into his case, right?
Yeah,
Christy Noam is a fucking joke and a piece of shit.
I mean, the fact that that's happening, maybe it was an anomaly, but it's enough to say, okay, maybe something's going on here that we should be looking into. At the very least. Where's he at?
Yeah,
Mark him.
freedom of speech, so why are we gonna get deported and to where?
They got loadout. We gotta
talking
push out
about
the other way.
shit that Israel is doing.
Push for loadout.
It's
No,
all a
they got the
distraction.
loadout.
Copy that.
And then,
Oh,
like, bro,
shit.
There's a fucking picture that I was posting everywhere. It's a picture of 9/11, which is fake. But well, not fake.
We
But
got someone in the back.
not, it didn't happen how they said it did.
Oh, they got snipers.
I know, we're cooking.
I agree.
But the meme has a picture of Palestine and then a picture of the World Trade Center building, and it was like, if this is terrorism, what do you call this?
We'll
Oh,
flank
yeah, I
him.
remember you said that.
Careful, snipers behind
Their
us.
hands blown off over there, and
Behind
they're
us?
saying, "Yeah, we brokered a peace deal." Motherfucker, I'm watching live
Get my
streams
balls.
of places still getting bombed over there. Like, what do you mean? Like, just say Israel is telling you what to do, and you can do shit about it at that point.
Well, they can't be honest. That would be weird. They lie to us all the time. They can't start telling the truth now.
Oh, we're cooked. We gotta push.
Israel. They
Yeah, we're
offered
fucked right now.
it. They invented it and offered it to us. I can't believe
I don't have any
they
s-
did that shit.
Get over the hill. Get over the hill.
Like, they
Go this way,
think
go this
just
way,
because the
go back.
Federal Reserve isn't part of the
Go, Phil.
government, it's somehow still good. Like, just take a few seconds to look at who invented it, and who made it.
I'm gonna cover
Maybe.
for you guys a little bit.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll shoot cover. Where are they at? Can you ping it?
Right here.
Dude, if
Just
you
follow
guys
the
see
circle. Go wide.
They want to remove it so women can't vote anymore.
Oh, not only that, women can't vote, have a bank account, have a mortgage, have any of those things. They only a man can, or if they're married to it. Yeah, Yeah, they instituted that law in 1974 because women weren't allowed to get their own bank accounts, and they want to revoke that because, you know, women don't matter and neither do our rights.
I wonder who's actually pushing for that shit, because that's
Let's jump
actually
through here and
crazy.
go across because they're gonna try to cut us off again.
Yep.
I mean, the whole human population is already dying off. I mean, they're lying about the population numbers, which is their goal anyway. But
Just keep going wide, or they're gonna get us.
Yeah, this team behind us is so annoying.
I'll pop a UAV right here.
the problem is that housing is gonna crash.
Watch for snipers up on the roof of the.
Administration is gonna say that. Well, they're basically
Up on the roof. Up on the roof. Hey, we gotta go back over this hill.
Stadium, I see him, yep. Wait, he's like looking at nothing right now. I cracked him.
You're losing ground. Moving.
On me, guys.
Okay.
This is
I'm
where we.
hungry. I need to go eat.
Let's go
I'll talk
somewhere.
to you guys later.
Alright, see ya. Bye.
Bye, Jesse.
Shit. Are you green? Okay.
We got one in the back over here too. Look.
Copy.
Oh no, I got sniped bad. Oh my god, he hit me twice.
You know that shit. I still think.
Just buy me back,
Dexter
just buy me back,
is
don't res me.
No. I got smoked.
Okay,
I got
okay.
smoked.
I'll cover you guys. I'll draw their
Oh,
fire.
there's no fucking way for the smoke.
We should have moved a little bit so I could have guessed where we were. Ozzy, you just want to buy us back? You could do it.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah,
dip
just-
out. Ping a station.
Oh wait, no, hold on, I'm in
Yeah, dueling.
Gulag.
Copy.
Yeah, I'll get
Ping,
my shit
ping a
set up.
station anyway, just in case.
Your squad mates
I
in
can
the
with
gulag.
you guys like
They
tomorrow or the
survive,
day
they
after.
redeploy.
Dude, how long have we been on this shit?
I mean, I've been on since 5.
Yeah, you've been on for 5 hours and 20 minutes.
I got a call. I forgot they added that, that's pretty cool.
Squad mate
I joined it
redeploying
like
to the
after
AO.
2 hours though, so I've only been.
Yeah, I think same. Like a little bit before you.
Are they still shooting at you, or I'm trying to get my guns back?
No, they're not shooting at me, but I'm like way far away. Let's see. Someone, do you guys get out of the gulag, or do I need to go to buy station?
I'm mid-fight right now.
Copy.
Napalm strike
I might lose. Not doing good.
They're not up there anymore.
Let's go, barely won it. 6-0.
Nice.
It's also so funny how cops always hate when you're recording.
Yeah, but they're
Literally
recording.
Everybody hates when everybody's recording.
Yeah, but their recordings, like, the problem with those is they never come out.
Right here.
That's the problem.
And then they're
Well, it
short.
has to be
Recording.
it has to be subpoenaed.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that gives them time to alter shit. And, like, also they can control public's opinion over
Plus
it.
AI now.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I just would never trust it.
See the Australian shooting, like the actual shooters.
Oh yeah.
I fucking watched them get like sniped
No,
on
they
Twitter,
just
bro.
did that shit because Israel needed another, oh, you should feel bad for us moment.
Alright, I'm coming to you
Yeah,
guys.
you can get like 4K footage of them just dying on that bridge.
That's fucking nuts.
They've been doing that shit since Charlie Kirk, just releasing.
You know, the thing
Look,
is,
it's
and
like that.
that's what I don't get is because liberals are always like, oh, if we had more gun control, you wouldn't have problems. I promise you, people who are legally buying a weapon are probably not the people you should be worrying about.
Exactly. It's the people.
Criminals are not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly.
They need to be more focused on getting regular people guns in their hands. And then people would think twice. If everyone was packing, no one would try that bullshit.
Marking new safe zone.
Everybody has a missile. Nobody will use it.
Exactly.
Also makes it easier for one world order shit too.
Well, that's what
Or not, less.
Germany did. They disarmed the people and then they started doing all that crazy shit. That's always the first step, is to disarm, and they've been doing it for years, and it's a slow incremental change. Oh, well, we're just going to get rid of assault weapons. Assault weapons don't exist.
still think they lied about the painter, though. You gotta remember, the winner writes the history books.
Exactly.
But, like, also, I think the issue now, though, is, like...
I have so much cash.
It's not Nazism, though. There's a lot of bad people that try to represent that now.
Bounty targets marked. Kill them all.
A loadout thing?
Some loot here.
Actually, I don't even know.
Crazy,
Where's the buy station at?
Didn't they,
A little hut right there.
when was it?
Move to the safe zone. Got gas moving in.
I'd say maybe pop a UAV and stash another one in your
Yeah.
UAV standing by.
And then, which one's just UAV? Is it the normal one?
Yeah, just one for now and just hold the other for later.
I don't have enough to pop it and get another, so I'm just gonna hold.
I got a cluster, or I have a drone strike or something.
Yeah, I got
Cluster
Lightning
strike.
strike.
Oh,
Lightning strike.
yeah, I know what you mean.
We're gonna need that.
To hear what they respond to you tomorrow.
What'd you say?
That was live.
So it's gonna be interesting to see how they respond to you tomorrow.
Who's they?
We the people or Ozthecryptogoat or whatever.
Oh yeah, that I think that's day after tomorrow, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait for Jesse to fucking because like me, I'm gonna be Mr. Neutral, but also voice my opinion, and Jesse's just gonna be the fucking devil. Like
She'll get
it's gonna be like good cop, bad cop, you know?
I don't care if I'm a shitty person for this, but I still think, like, I don't know, it's an open market, and some people are going to lose and some people are going to win, and that's just the way it is.
Right.
But I just think that the people who try harder are the people who win. And I'm not saying that there aren't people at the top who are manipulating the whole damn thing.
I'm gonna try to record what goes down, maybe wear a body camera or something, because I have the GoPro. Yeah, and just make some content. But see what I can get out of it.
Your squad mate's located an HVT.
I don't know, I don't think crypto's a scam. I mean, obviously some coins out there, like the Solana meme pump fund ones, but that's also just another form of gambling.
Snipers, careful.
So,
We're on the roof.
Yeah, you can see two lights.
I just hit him.
One of us went down.
I just hit him.
Inbound at the speed of heat.
I mean, you guys know what the whole gambling thing benefits the government. It's just a whole
I'm coming.
scheme for the government. People don't call that out.
Are they still up there? Oh shit, yeah they are.
Yeah, they're still there. They're like mid-floor.
Enemy
We need to get out of here, bro.
Yeah,
The
we
whole
We got a dip.
that we had when
I didn't
Jesse
even.
was in
It didn't even hit them. They just went inside.
If we posted that on YouTube, we would get sanctioned the next day.
That's why we love
Pop the
Discord.
smoke. Yeah, Discord's awesome for the free speech.
Get to the new safe zone.
Did you hear that in Europe? They can now like look into your personal. I mean, they already could before, but they're just now telling people.
They're normalizing everything that they've been doing that's been like an atrocity for freedom, and they're just normalizing it.
The government has buildings, right? And they have a bunch of employees that sit there, and they have like monitors. And when you go on a FaceTime call, you and a bunch of other people FaceTime calls are all being broadcasted on the screen that a certain government employee is watching. That's how deep that shit goes.
Oh shit! I fell.
We got people back here at TV station. They're doing like they just bought back right now.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Shit,
They're parachuting in.
yeah. Ah man, I was just too far away to like, get a good angle. I hit him once.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
I still have a UAV in my pocket.
We're gonna get
this game.
people pushing with TV right now.
You hear group together better guys. We need to get back
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
We're really
Also,
spread.
the fact we have homeless veterans is crazy.
Yeah, that shit's stupid.
You're telling me out of our entire budget, we can't find enough money to get help people out of the honestly fucked. But, I mean, mean, if we really want to go into it, most of the wars are created by the same people anyway, so...
Where at? Oh, no, minus! I killed him. Oh, that's huge. That guy needed to die. Oh my god, I'm 1 health. Okay. We're in a bad spot. We need to get like a building.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go. Let's push here.
Moving here.
Wanna go down there? Yep. We're just gonna get pinched down. We pretty much did.
You guy in the bottom?
Bounty target's gone dark. We lost the contract.
There's a team down here. We just need to win it. I'm gonna UAV
Oh,
it.
you fucking one shot. He's back here.
You guys need to get out of there if you can.
Got him.
You guys see the guy down the hill, like south zone?
Oh, yeah.
He's being UAV'd.
Okay.
Yep. Shit, I'm gonna lose this fight. Did you get him?
I got him. Oh, he's one shot. Go ahead and push. He's one shot.
Yeah, I'm pushing. He's riding the gas, but I'm about to kill him. He's there. Dead.
Yep.
Holy, we just destroyed that guy.
Anyone's got a muni?
How many
Gas
shield?
inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Is that guy getting the
Gulag's locked down. Area's clear.
Let's just push down in here, I guess. Those snipers over there were big bang, so they're like basically
You've got
team
a
to beat.
loadout drop inbound.
They had the highest kills.
Load out on me.
Jesus, I thought you were a big baller for like 6 months.
Team here, right?
Shit. Yep. No. There's a buy station close, but we gotta kill these guys. Nice.
I'm down.
Oh, there's no way I'm down.
This is damn, this guy needs a clutch, but I don't know. Come on, simply seek. He has enough to buy Saul back.
moving
Yeah.
a lot of my files over to an external storage, and then I'll probably be able to play with you guys tomorrow.
Wanted target.
Bet.
Eliminate enemies and secure supply caches to get that target off their back.
This guy ain't pulling this off. I don't believe in him, but
Enemy movement.
Simply
He needs to throw a smoke
Sleek.
grenade on that.
Come on, bro. Let's go, Sleek.
he needs a smoke grenade and run across.
Oh, I see him.
Enemy movement.
Damn it.
He's on keyboard and mouse.
Getting lit up.
We're
Aw,
cooked.
dude.
He sucks. We're cooked.
I know. He could have got across a while ago. He's in burst fire mode too. What are you doing?
Bruh. Alright, that's it for me tonight, guys.
Same.
Um,
Good games.
yeah, maybe tomorrow.
We'll
Probably.
see y'all.
Alright, see y'all. Great show. I'm probably gonna post this one.
Bro, I might get banned.
Yeah, who cares? I'll put it on YouTube. I can do whatever I want on YouTube.
W.
Alright, later chat.
Honest-
Oh, what's up?
So, I was just gonna say it's actually crazy now that I think about it that you get banned for shit on YouTube since we have freedom of speech over here.
Right. I leveled up. All right, good night, chat.
See ya.
Well, let me have control of my mouse. There we go. Check 1, 2. Do we have audio? Yep, we have audio. All right, we're good. What's up, baby? How we doing? How do you define real? How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with all your friends, everyone you know. So we're going to talk about some things today. It's a little bit of a rabbit hole day. We're going to do some rabbit hole stuff today. Don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We need those likes rolling in, baby. How's everybody doing today? If you like rabbit holes, then you're going to like today's show, because I have a little, I mean, it's not so much a rabbit hole, but it's something that I think needs to be discussed. It has to do with Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, by the way. It's good to see you all and have you here. What's up, Jay Heat? How you doing, buddy? Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to share the show out. Let's see here. Let's set up a gift goal. Let's see here. We'll do heart me's. How you doing, Jay Heat? It's good to see you, man. It's been a minute. So today is going to be different than our regular crypto show, obviously. We have two shows. We have the Down the Rabbit Hole show, and we have the crypto show. And I'm going to be splitting up the crypto show into a news show and a TA show. So they're going to be separate and different from each other. So I do want to talk a little bit about crypto today too, though, because I just met up with Crypto Rap in San Diego. We went to a crypto conference thing in San Diego. It was a lot of fun. It was more or less a party. We were hanging out, having a good time. And you know, I got to hang out with the Goat Tribe. As you can see, I have the Goat Tribe banner up in the back now. At Ada Goats. If you don't follow them, go check them out. So let's see here. I feel like I need to pull up the charts just to like get people to stop in. But today's going to be more or less about rabbit holes, right? Let's do a little TA while we're waiting for people to roll in here. Might as well. Anybody got a project they want me to take a look at for them? Oh, let's see here. Let's do a little TA, huh? The charts seem to make people stop by. I don't know what it is, but it seems to work. By the way, is the stream smooth? What's up, Tech CEO? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, let's look at Link. Look at Link. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look here. Well, on the daily, it looks like we're trending down. All right, so we have, you know, lower highs, lower lows. If we break out above this, I would say that that's pretty bullish, and that would indicate probably a turnaround. Let's see here. This could, let's just say it breaks out, which I do think things are going to break out. We're coming up on the harvest moon, right? So this is the last harvest moon of the year before the moon cycle resets. That being the case, I I would say there's a potential for things to go up here. However, this is an ascending channel, all right, which is bearish, which means that it will probably break down. But if you take into consideration the moon cycle, there is a potential for a break, and that would send it up here to about 14.9 to 15.7, right? And potentially higher, maybe like 16, right? And if it does, I would say that is a potential that it forms like an inverted head and shoulders thing like this, sending it up to about 18, 19, 20 cents, somewhere around there. Here's the issue, okay? We got to look at the timeline. So this would be right here, December 4th. Look at it. It lines up perfectly with the moon cycle. So I think we hit 15. Internet has been really bad. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end, because we're multi-streaming. I'm going to stop streaming on other platforms for now. Let's see. Tell me if this fixes it. Hopefully that helps. Okay. So we're running off Starlink right now, and Starlink is having outages because of the solar storm. So our bit rate is low right now. All right, so back to TA, right? So we're looking at the timeline here, right? Tech CEO. Full moon, I think we're going to hit 15 cents. Now, maybe it goes crazy parabolic, but that would be the first zone of resistance. I just don't see it doing anything crazier than that, unless like some alt season miracle happens, right? So I don't think that this plays out. Maybe it does. Maybe we continue to be bullish through December, but that would mean right before Christmas we would top out here, and then it would be potentially done. Either way, whether it comes up here and then shoots up here to this point, or if it plays out like this, where we come up and then we come down, either way, we're in this like descending channel thing, and we're creating new lows. We're trending downward. What if it doesn't go up? What could it go down to? I'm telling you right now, it's going to go up. But if it does go down, I would say the first line of support, it would be 10.8. That's where it would go to. That's the next stop on the way down before another move up. I don't think it's going to go down, bro. I mean, it could potentially go down a little bit. Let's just say, because this is an ascending channel, let's just say it does this, right? And this breaks down. It could double bottom right here, and then that's sending it back up to 15, 16 cents. So either way, this thing's going to hit probably about 15, 16 cents. So that's what I'm seeing. And let's just say the cycle's over, right? And we're coming to the end and we're headed down. That's just what it's going to be. Where would the bottom be if the bull run is over, right? Where would the bottom be? I would say right around here. 8 cents to 5 cents. It's going to come down to 5 cents. That's where it'll hit. And it does go into despair when it first drops. So let's just say worst case scenario, it's going to 2 cents. I doubt it goes that low. Right here at 5 cents seems to be the sweet spot. That's where I would enter. That would be my entry zone. 5 cents and basically buy anything between 8 and 5 cents or lower, obviously. That would be my accumulation zone on this. Tech CEO, thank you for the hanging lights. Appreciate you. So, Tech CEO, you're coming out to Vegas on New Year's for Backstreet Boys, bro. I'm so jealous. You have no idea. But when you're out here in town, man, I would love to meet up with you, brother. I hate Vegas around New Year's, but you know what, dude? I would literally drive out there just to come shake your hand, brother. Is that for Link? Yes, this is for Chain Link. All right, so this is a rabbit hole show. Everybody start tapping the like button. What's wild? To come out to see you, bro? Dude, I drove further to go see Crypto Rap. Like, it's really not a big deal for me. I don't have anything to do. Like, I do this show and I tinker on my cars and shit. Like, I'd be chilling all the time. So Vegas is way close to me. Like, I can be there in, I don't know, less than an hour. That's hella close. So if you're out here, man, I'll drive out, shake your hand, we'll go shoot some craps or something. Sounds like a good night to me. But I know you got, everything going on with your life. So, like, I don't want to intrude or anything like that. But I would love to come see you, shake your hand. We could do a little cameo live or recording. That would be awesome, man. I absolutely love you, bro. Since the first day I saw you with the hat and the glasses on, man, I was like, I love this guy. What's up, Milfshake? What's up, TikTok Seller? What's up, G-Rod? How's everybody? I'll talk to my girlfriend and see what the plans are. Yeah, dude, let me know. Did Cam move? What do you mean? Did the camera move? Milfshake, always a pleasure to see you. I'm not going to play the Milkshake song. That's a Waddy thing. But it's great to see you. So today I want to talk about some rabbit hole stuff too. I don't know, camera looks like it's angled different. It is angled differently. I literally got inspiration and just ran into the studio. Like, my desk is a mess. Like, nothing was set up. Like, I'm supposed to be cooking Thanksgiving dinner and stuff right now. For me, when I cook Thanksgiving, it's a 4-day process. So I've been cooking since Monday. I do everything from scratch. And when I say everything, like, I baked bread so that I could tear it up and turn it into croutons for stuffing. Like, I baked cornbread so that I could add it to that bread for the stuffing. Like, it's a whole process, and I do everything 100% by myself. This year, I'm cooking the turkey on a rotisserie on my barbecue. So it's going to be rotisserie turkey. I am so excited for it too. It's brining right now. Oh my God, this is probably the best year's brine I've ever made. And everything in the brine, all the herbs and except for like some of the spices, obviously, but like it all came from the farm here in the garden. So like the thyme, the rosemary, the ginger, everything that goes into it all came from out of the ground that I grew throughout this year. So it's all fresh. Even the onions are grown here. So it's been a bit of a process. And then the pumpkins as well. I make the pumpkin pie. All the pumpkins are from my garden. They've been baked. I'm gonna puree them today. It's gonna be awesome. And then I have to make pie crust today. So I gotta, make some dough and everything. But like I said, the only thing I really didn't do this year is hunt my own turkey, which sometimes I do that. I want to do that next year. I want to go hunt my own turkey. I want to go to NorCal and hunt for turkeys, and maybe even just like mid-cal. Like I know they have some good turkeys out in where is it? It's just outside of Frisco. Anyway, that's the last place I got turkey. So it. Anybody watch Bob's Burgers? I'm like Bob from Bob's Burgers when it comes to Thanksgiving. White House got locked down. No, it did not. Hold on a second. I spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. The suspect who was in custody also was shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening. Sources say emergency medical responders transported all 3 victims to the hospital, according to Vito Magalio, the public information officer for the DC Fire and Emergency Services. Police tape considered off or cordoned off the scene of the emergency fire, and police vehicles, lights flashed, helicopter blades thundered, blah 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 blah. Let's see, what does it say? Any motivation to it? That's interesting. I don't know. I guess that I wonder if there's like a political motivation to that. Why shut down everything? This didn't happen last time there was a shooting. Well, I mean, they put the president in the bunker. He was speaking or something at the White House. They put him in the bunker. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with more to it. Maybe it's all theater. Maybe it was just something to allow them to do something else. Who knows? We need more information on this thing. What's good, brother? Long time no see. Hope all is going well. Everything is doing fantastically. Thank you, 100s Club. Hey, guys, you want to see some cool stuff that I got? Check out my Goat Tribe mug. I got a Goat Tribe mug. I got a Goat Tribe pin. I got another set of the Goat Tribe NFT rolling papers. I got a Goat Tribe joint roller. I got a Goat Tribe lighter. And I got a Goat Tribe grinder with a keef catcher. This thing is so cool. I wish you got that glass bottle. I'll get one. Dude, I'm going to be going to these events all the time. I'm going to get another opportunity to win that thing or buy it off someone that wins it. Give it time. I'm going to be after all the goat merch. All right, so we were talking about Thanksgiving, right? So let me pull up. This is what we're supposed to be watching right here. We're going to jump down a rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not too deep of a rabbit hole. It's surface level rabbit hole stuff, all right? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in your daily heart me. That is our live goal today. Let's get 5 heart me's if we could. If you can. Obviously, if you can't gift, just hit the like button, right? But I would imagine viewership's not going to be as good for the next couple days because of, the holiday and stuff, but I wanted to make this episode because I feel like it's important. And, we record all of this stuff and it plays, we play reruns on YouTube and Abstract all the time. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. So basically, I want to get this information out for you because I want to educate people on what's going on. Thoughts on Tangam wallet? Tangam's good. I prefer the Arculus, but Tangam is good. Tangam is Swiss, I believe. So it's from a Swiss company. I prefer Arculus because it has tap to pay options and it is made in the US. The reruns are hilarious. Yeah, dude, especially the ones where Josh comes on. It's funny. And you know what's great is to see the reruns from the past and see how everything that I was saying has just been playing out like a movie, just being right all the time. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but validation it feels good. It feels good to be right about something, and often, if not pretty much all the time. Obviously, TA is not perfect, but when we zoom out and we look at the big picture of everything that's going on, I've been saying it since January. It's pretty crazy. Tangam's never been hacked. That's the biggest sales point. I don't believe Arculus has ever been hacked. I believe people have given away their keys, but I don't think it's ever been hacked. But, you can also have just a Cardano wallet, and Cardano's never been hacked. You can get like a Lace wallet. There's all kinds of different wallets out there. You don't necessarily have to have a, in hand, like a Ledger or a Tangam or, you can just have a device. And if you do this, I would recommend that you have like something that is like, not like your phone, right? But you could have like a separate phone, a cheaper phone or whatever, and you can download it onto that and you can use that device as your wallet. So it doesn't necessarily have to be one of these products. Honestly, the more I've learned about it, I am a little, I don't know. I don't want to give out any bad information. Do what you think is best. But in my opinion, I don't really know how much you need it anymore. It seems like, especially like certain exchanges seem to be backing up the liquidity that's in your wallet or the exchanges, right? So it seems like it's becoming more secure. They're going to be, taking care of you. Obviously, nothing's perfect. JFM, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. It's great to see the community and to be back here. And so anyway, I want to reel it in from crypto. Obviously, we do crypto, right? But let's talk about something. And don't run away, guys, just because I'm not talking about crypto. I really want the world and the community to hear this. And this is why I decided to go live, because I was talking to Jesse, and as you know, Jesse is very much more left than I am. I'm a bit more right than she is, but we're both pretty much centerline. But one of the things that we were talking about was Thanksgiving, right? And the left is very much so like, oh, I don't want to celebrate Thanksgiving. It's about genocide. You guys have heard the story, right? And then the right is very much like, oh no, like, it was patriotic and blah, 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 and whatever, right? This is what I want you guys to understand about Thanksgiving, okay? I think there's truth and validity to both sides, but let's take a moment to understand and focus on what Thanksgiving is really about and what you need to be focusing on when it comes to Thanksgiving. And the thing is Thanksgiving is about being thankful for what we have, obviously, right? But it's also about remembering that there was a group of people, the indigenous Native Americans of the continent of the United States today, right? And those people were being persecuted. No, not by everyone. There were good people coming over and there were bad people coming over. Obviously, like, there was this idea that they were savages and they would just, lay them to waste. I got to be careful of the words I use here on TikTok, right? But, there were also people that were loving and caring and good people that weren't doing that. Okay? It's true, we butchered them, but it brought people together to stop the butchering, is what 100's Club says. Yes, and it was gruesome what was done. But what we need to focus on is that there were good people that were there. No one deserves to lose their life over anything, whether it's for land or for starving to death, right? But there were good people. And we know that when the settlers came here, the winter came and food was scarce and they didn't know how to grow food here, right? What was it? Squanto taught them to bury the fish in the ground and then plant the corn on top so that it would fertilize the corn, right? They helped them, okay? And this is the part that we need to focus on right here. And quit dividing and say, I am not going to celebrate Thanksgiving because of blah, 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 whatever. Or Thanksgiving is an amazing thing and none of the genocide ever happened. No. What we need to focus on is that Thanksgiving is a beautiful holiday and it should be remembered. And what should be remembered is that there was a group of people that were being butchered and persecuted and slaughtered for no reason other than they were different. But those people chose to help the pilgrims. Despite everything that was happening, they reached out a kind hand to help them, to keep them from starving to death, from freezing to death. And that's what we need to understand. And that is what we're celebrating here with this holiday. We are celebrating the fact that there is goodness and pure love and admiration for our fellow man. That despite any negativity, any evilness that anyone does to you, that you can make the choice to still extend love. And it doesn't have to be, the way things are right now. It doesn't have to be this divide. We can agree. Both sides can agree on the same thing and stop pitting ourselves against each other and understand the real reason that we celebrate Thanksgiving is we are thankful that we didn't starve to death because the people that we were trying to hurt helped us. And understand that there is goodness out there and we have a lot to be thankful for. So if you're thankful this year for something, I'd like to know in the chat. Chat, tell me, what are you thankful for this year? What is your Thanksgiving miracle. What is the best thing that's happened to you this year or in your life? What are we thankful for? Is anyone thankful for anything in here? I'll tell you what I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for you, my TikTok family, and my social media family. I'm thankful for having purpose because of this show. I'm thankful for obviously I said my family, but my kids. I'm thankful for all the blessings that I have gotten this year. I'm thankful for my financial freedom. I'm thankful for my individual freedom. I'm thankful for every day, says 100s Club. That is beautiful. Every day is a blessing, guys. You should be thankful and grateful every single day that you wake up because we are not guaranteed tomorrow. Anything can happen. The gray hair G-Rod give you question mark? That doesn't make any sense. I think I know what you're referring to, but I don't understand what it is you're trying to say. I'm thankful for, gosh, so many things. I'm thankful that I've been given so many opportunities, especially in like the crypto environment. I have been blessed and welcomed there with open arms. I'm thankful that I've gotten to meet so many great creators that and influencers as well, through this space, and to be a part of the community, and it's been an amazing thing. G-Rod, what are you thankful for? Are you thankful for the gray hair I gave you with crypto? Absolutely. I'm thankful to have people in my Discord. Don't forget to hit the link in my bio. Join the Discord where we all roast and haze each other pretty dramatically. It gets a little dramatic in there. There are times it gets a little dramatic. But it's fun. I don't mind pushback. I don't mind a little negativity. It rolls off my back. But at the same time, I'm not just going to roll over and take it. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to say this is the world as I see it. But I'm not afraid of any pushback. Bring it. If you're a hater of me, please get in my Discord and roast me. I love it. Hundreds Club says, agreed. I met people on here and I'm extremely grateful for it. Yeah, it is a great community that we have here. And you know what's cool is, like, I've met people not just on the crypto side, but on the rabbit hole side of things. We've been able to, grow and branch out into multiple communities. G-Rod says we fight in the Discord like family because we love each other. Absolutely. The Discord is like, there are sections in the Discord that are just absolutely unhinged. And then there's just places that are just full of information and knowledge. And we have so many sections. Actually, I kind of want to pull it up. Let's pull up the Discord. Let me show you guys. Click the Discord link in my bio and come join us here. So this is the Discord. Look at all of these sections. So we have our rules, we have announcements, we have news, merch, social media, knowledge, survival skills, personal growth. We have our general chat, crypto, memes, down the rabbit hole, moonshot, cars, true crime. It's a pretty goated. Look at knowledge. Knowledge is my favorite section. So there's all kinds of, we have audio books in here. Let's see here. We also, down the rabbit hole, we have all kinds of rabbit hole videos, and we have discussions. I'm trying to see here. see, we discuss all the rabbit holes here, and we're talking about everything, and we've got the memes. We're just posting funny stuff. We have the cars section. You can post your cars, whatever it is you're working on or you see that's cool. We got true crime, so there's a bunch of like true crime stories. I just started that one. We have Moonshot. This is our online trading group where we group trade together. It's pretty awesome. So join the Discord, get locked in. Knowledge is power for sure, but not what you know, it's who you know. Yes and no. The rabbit hole is the best. Yeah, dude, rabbit hole is the most active section in and obviously crypto too, but the rabbit hole, man, we get into some deep discussions there, and we're talking about all kinds of stuff, and we're basically we're jumping in rabbit holes and we're digging them deeper is what we're doing, and we're trying to get to the bottom of shit. And it's a lot of fun, man. We have a lot of fun. A lot of it's joking, a lot of it's serious, a lot of it's scary. I feel like we need to have like a ghost stories section. I'm going to create one. I'm going to create ghost stories in the Discord. And I like, I try to keep it locked in. Some people post things in the wrong place, and I try to like move them around and keep it organized so that way, you're not just, you go into a rabbit hole and everyone's talking about crypto. You know what I mean? We keep it pretty well organized so that way you can find, whatever topic it is you want to talk about. And if you get in there and you're a part of the community and you want to create a new section, we can totally do that. But I would say like this Discord is pretty awesome and we have a good time there, but we need to grow it. We need to grow our community. So please click the link in my bio, join the Discord. I also teach my TA class in the Discord. We have a TA class, and we have a special guest coming on next week for the TA class. So that's going to be awesome. If you want to sign up for the TA class, send me a DM and I will get you in the TA class. But the guy that's coming on for the TA class to help share some of his knowledge, he was a hedge fund manager, and his job was to TA and track the markets. This guy understands macroeconomics on a level that I couldn't even understand. And I'm learning from him as well. So it's great to bring on these guests because we're building this vat of knowledge in understanding the markets. It has progressed so much from the basics to ultra advanced. Like I'm learning from it now. It's pretty incredible. I gotta jump off to get the kids to practice. I'll be back later. Hey, don't worry, man. We'll be in the Discord after this. This is just a short little live. I figured I'd do a little hour. I wanted to, talk about Thanksgiving though, and how what we need to be focused on, and quit using Thanksgiving as a reason to divide each other, and realize that there's no reason to hate each other because of Thanksgiving. I thought it's a thought subject. Ghosts, I don't understand how they can wear clothing. I'm Ghost. I'm a ghost right now. I'm wearing clothing. I don't think ghosts wear clothing. And maybe they do. I think what you're seeing when you see ghosts is like a apparition connected to you, like telekinetically or telepathically in some way where they can project an image into your mind. Maybe that's what I think it could possibly be. I think there are different categories in like ghost spirits and different things that you see. And I think they're not all the same thing, and we tend to like lump them all together. And I think what we're seeing and experiencing is multiple different things. All right, everybody. Vintnur, thank you for the heart me. Sorry, I didn't catch that till just now. Sighting of them, you make sense. You know what? I have seen so much activity since I moved to this place that I'm at now. You know what? Oh my God. I get so busy. I forget to do things. I'm going to post the spirit box thing. I'm going to work on that because so we have this spirit box. This is the same one they use in BuzzFeed and like ghost hunters and stuff like that, right? They're not cheap either. So we actually caught some things on the spirit box, and not only did we do it, like we did like a double blind thing where we used it 2 different instances and got the same result kind of thing. It was pretty crazy. Can't join the Discord through the phone. Send me a direct message and I will send you a new link. The link probably needs to be refreshed. So send me a DM, Miss Pashi, and I will I'll get you hooked up. Don't forget to follow me here on TikTok as well. But send me a DM. I will be looking for your message after the live here. What about the tunnel video? The tunnel video's coming, okay? You have the video. I know you do. But I'm waiting to get the guests to come on. And you have to understand that these men are they're very busy. They're also they're a little bit afraid to come on to the show and speak out. So I'm trying to work out with the IT guy how to secure their anonymity. We may have to do like a voice changing thing with them and blur their face kind of thing, block their IP addresses, stuff like that. Because these are real whistleblowers. They are coming on the show. I like to consider myself a whistleblower, but I'm not anonymous with it. I'm okay with whatever happens to me because of it. But I've worked with these people for many, many years, and a lot of people are fed up with it and they're ready to speak out. So we are putting that together. I will get on top of that. I just kind of like took a little step back from everything. I'm just starting to get my feet wet again and get back into it. So we're going to continue moving forward, pushing out this information. Seek the truth. Good to see you, buddy. But get in the Discord. I'm there basically every single day. We're all there every single day. That's where most of everything is happening, right? And it helps keep the community together. I post when I'm going to go live because we don't have a set schedule like we did. I will be going back to that schedule more than likely after the holidays. People don't believe truth even when they are told it. Well, that's the beauty of what we're doing is I'm gathering evidence. So we have video evidence of a lot of this stuff that's going on in Hollywood and different things. So we're compiling everything together and getting it ready to release. We are going to blow the lid off this thing, guys. So, and that's the main thing is we can talk about whatever, but hard evidence, that's everything. And that's what we're working on. And we have a decent amount of it. And I have everything secured with a dead man switch where if something happens to me, it's automatically sent out. People have copies of it. Things are backed up. There's no way they can silence this stuff. Cool. Can't wait to see. Appreciated very much. Absolutely. So we are putting it all together. Things like this take time, and they have to be done sensitively in the proper manner. Otherwise, it's all for naught, right? So we have to tread very lightly and be careful how we do things. but it is coming together. You know, I may not be on the show here all the time, but I'm continuously working in the background. I'm going to these events. I'm gathering information. I'm procuring equipment to go explore uh, the tunnels and stuff. I just bought a GoPro, so we're gonna send this down some of the tunnels that we found, and yeah, we're gonna give you guys all the information. So it's gonna be awesome. And thank you for the follows, guys. Don't forget to join the Discord. Get in the Discord. Come hang out with me pretty much daily. That's where we're at. And look at, we got the Goat Tribe here at Ada Goats on X. Join the Goat Tribe, guys. Get your goat NFTs, man. Dude, the Goat Tribe stuff is so sick. We're actually working on a new album now. So I just had a meeting with them last week, and we're going to start collabing with crypto rap as well, and we're going to start producing some more music, and it's going to be awesome. I'm really excited for everything that is coming, and all the new stuff. Like I said, I may not be live every day, but that's because I'm working on things that hold more sustenance, right? I want to be able to deliver a product to you that is more than just me yapping on a mic. You know, I want to produce music. I want to, you know, do journalism. I want to go out and gather evidence and blow the lid off things. For sure, you can't rush a great thing. Unbreakable evidence is key. Exactly. And we are working on it. So we have a few tidbits, but we got to bring everything together. It is coming out. So stay tuned for that. But I think the next thing that we're going to put out, because I'm going to add the ghost stories thing in the Discord. I will post the spirit box video and audio in the Discord. I think that's the best place for it. So you're going to have to join the Discord if you want to see that stuff. And I'm telling you right now, no bullshit. Like we got something. We have solid. I mean, I have seen the ghost stories stuff, the BuzzFeed stuff with the spirit boxes, and never has anything ever seemed definitive to me. I am very much a truth seeker. I'm very, I question everything. If you know anything about me, I do not just spread nonsense and for entertainment. Okay. I'm looking for factual information, right? And I would say out of every spirit box encounter I've ever seen on TV, online, anywhere, this is the most definitive proof that I've ever gotten from this. And I was able to collect it personally with witnesses here. We had it plugged into the equipment. This studio that we're in is haunted. Okay. We've literally, things have been thrown across the room. We've seen apparitions and entities. We had, I mean, unexplainable things. Oh, you made the channel. What's it called? Ghost Stories? So like hashtag Ghost Stories. Thank you, man. I appreciate you doing that for me. That helps out a lot. By the way, let's give a special thanks and shout out to TikTok Seller 444. Since day one, he has been here with me, and he has helped me create video clips, and he helps me moderate, and he's in the Discord. And the guy, when we get our plaque for YouTube, I'm sending him one. Like, he deserves every bit of recognition for this show. I've offered to pay him. I've offered to give him things, and he refuses. He does it because he believes in this show. And hats off to you, brother. Your dedication and support has been overwhelming, and I appreciate you so much. I couldn't even put it into words. One thing that I am thankful for this year is for TikTok Seller. I am so thankful for you. We would not be where we're at today without you. you're constantly liking and gifting and doing so much for this show. It is, we're nothing. This show is nothing without the viewers like you. I would be a guy sitting in a padded room talking to the wall if it weren't for you guys on the other end. So you guys are everything. I'm nothing. I'm just the authoritative mouthpiece here. I am just the voice of the community and the face. You guys are the community. And that's what's beautiful. Is it's about you guys, not me. I'm nobody. I'm just some dude on the internet, right? Thank God you didn't say the voice of reason, says Fredrum. Oh my gosh. Back with the roasting. It's good to see you, Fredrum. Fredrum, you got to get in the Discord and come roast me there, man. We are literally there roasting each other every single day. Click the link in my bio. Join the Discord, man. We have a lot of fun there. That's where I'm at most of the time. You don't see me here. That's because we're in Discord. That's where we're doing everything. But it's good to see you, buddy. Let's see here. I guess that just about sums it up for today. Let's see here. Let's leave on. Oh, wait. Shoot, that was the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. Let's leave it with this.
Little bitch asshole.
Goat Tribe.
Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Crypto vibes on the track and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto wives are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper. So don't miss my word by the throw a no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the yak. Creating fake drama, yeah I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take anymore, boy I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie. Spread these rumors about me, but they can't see. That bullshit sets me free. Girl I decree, you gone, you better flee. Yeah I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it. Big ass rock sold, NFTs until the profit headed to the bank. Got more to deposit, Goat Tribe to the moon, yeah we bout to rock it. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish.
All right. Thank you guys for joining, and I will see you all next time. It's been a pleasure.
It's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat.
I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto wives are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper. So don't miss my word by the throw a no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take any more, boy, I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me. Try and lie, spread these rumors about me. But they can't see
that bullshit sets me free. Smash that like button, guys. Send in a daily heart me.
You know he put a ring on it, big ass rock sold NFTs until the profit
Gifts
headed
are
to the bank.
appreciated, but if anything, a heart me is the best thing that you can do to help the show.
I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's
Let's get this rolling. Starks, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, brother. Keep hitting that like button, guys. I'm gonna share the show out. Let's see here.
What is real? How do you define real?
Let's get this show shared out
There's
to
no
everyone.
spoon.
Need some engagement, guys.
What is real, what is human?
In the
This world
meantime,
got me questioning,
while y'all are
stuck in
hitting
the
all the
matrix, feeling
buttons
like I'm
and
Truman, so
everything,
upside down, disconnected from
and
the showman.
sending
But more
in the
fists is
heart
here now,
me's
you
and
ready to
whatnot.
go. The red or blue pill,
Here's
you
an
already know.
amazing
Down the rabbit hole, we going below.
Goat
Layers they
Tribe
can't see, I'm going to
music
show.
video for
You,
guys.
what is
Goat
real, what is
Tribe.
fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro.
At
Fiat the fake,
Ada
it's a
Goats,
sham, it's a scam. 2.3 and a supply,
GoatTribe.io.
goddamn. They print and they steal
Check
as
out
much
their
as they want.
NFT
But old Uncle
collection.
Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen.
We have been the #1 live stream on Abstract for days in a row, guys. Let's do it again. Let's get to #1 on Abstract. And TikTok as well, we've been doing really well. Let's get that algorithm rolling and let's get to it.
So let's quietly
And then I got some news for you guys today and some theories about what's going to happen in the markets. So I'm sure you're all interested in what I think is going to happen in the markets. And I'm going to do some TA for you guys. And we'll go through, you know, my predictions, I guess. I wouldn't even call them predictions. Akram, thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me's, guys. Heart me's are the best thing that you can do for the algorithm to help me out.
You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal.
The heart me is the best thing that you can send, though. There. That's probably better for the audio. Can you hear me now? How's the audio now? That probably sounds much better. Yeah, my bad, guys. Honestly, I just came from a doctor's appointment and like rushed over here, so like I'm trying to get all the equipment going and everything. So appreciate you guys showing up and showing out, hitting the like button. We're gonna get to 100K likes today. That's the goal, is 100K likes. And I can't do it without you guys. Without you guys, I'm just a guy in a padded room talking to the wall. So please be here and engage with me so that way I'm not crazy. Revolution, thank you for the heart me's and the popular votes and the super popular votes as well. Become a super fan, guys. That's another thing you can do to help me out here. Become one of my super fans. And or become a subscriber. I offer one-on-one coaching to anyone that needs help catered to your specific needs in the market, right? Everyone's needs are a little bit different, all right? So let's find something that's good for you, right? Where the market helps you. You know, I think the algorithm's not going as good because we have the we don't have the charts up here. Usually when the charts are on, we get way more engagement, right? So I get the charts up there. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Do not forget to send a heart me. Heart me is the best thing that you can do. Revolution, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. I need to turn 1,000 into 100,000. Is there something you can help me with? Actually, yeah, that can be done. I've turned 100,000 into 3 mil, or excuse me, 1,000 into 3 mil. It can be done. All right. And I know you're being hyperbolic or whatever, but it can be done. But you gotta put in work. You gotta educate yourself. But meme coins is probably gonna be your best bet for major returns like that. But I'll tell you what, 97% of the people that get into meme coins lose. Another cool one is Soul Pump. Soul Pump is a fun little game that you can play. Oski, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I appreciate it. I need donuts, guys. I need 80 donuts. If you want to send a gift, send a donut. You can click, there's like a little thing like up here when you click the heart me, and it'll show you like the different gifts that I need to achieve for certain goals. Honestly, I feel like if we don't start getting engagement, you're going to force me to stop doing the news and stop reading charts and just battle people. If you don't want this show to turn into me battling all day long, then we need it. We need the engagement. We need whatever you guys can do, right? I do not want to become that. It seems like that's what everything's become, is just people battling each other, and how boring. I like to think that my show's not very boring. You know, we talk about different things and stuff. But yeah, like, golly, like, who wants to just watch people battle? Let's see here. Let's see if anybody wants to come up on the panel. Let's see. Anybody want to come talk and hang out with? What up, Starks?
How you doing, bro?
Let me fix the audio here because I got the audio turned down for the music. So let me pause the audio here. There we go. And then turn you up so we can hear you. What's up?
Hey guys, I shared out the live.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone that shares out the live, everyone that comes and engages and likes, all of our super fans, all of our subscribers, all the people that follow and engage. Thank you all very much for everything you do. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's another big thing, is sharing out the live, right? So Starks, what's going on, brother? What are you thinking for BTC?
Hey, you know what I think, man. Don't ask me that question. That's a hot topic at the moment, because some people are thinking we're going up and some people are thinking we're going down, and I'm thinking we're probably going to go down and a little sideways before we go up.
Agreed. Honestly, I think it could be pretty much just down and sideways for a while. And you know why? The price of silver being up as high as it is, that is a huge red flag for me. And you know, we get into silver, right? Because people get into gold, they get into silver because they're looking for a way to, you know, store their value when the dollar is uncertain. So, seeing silver going like it is, hit a new all-time high today, is very concerning for me.
And there's a lot of things that are concerning at the moment, especially what's going on with Powell.
With what?
You know Powell.
Oh yeah, Jerome Powell.
Yeah, Jerome Powell. They're gonna try and chuck him under the bus, and the funny thing is, if he resigns, crypto pumps. If he doesn't resign, right, and he carries on doing what he's doing, yeah, then we're going to carry on going down. Now, the question is, are you going to do what's morally right, or are you going to do something that's going to just give you a financial gain and not morally right?
Right, exactly. And, you know, another issue with the Powell subject, you know, let's talk about that for a second. Powell is just an authoritative mouthpiece, okay? They have to vote on this stuff. So there's more than just one person deciding this. And just because they replace Powell, it'll be one of those speculative pumps that are nothing really is driving the price up as far as like, good news. It's just speculation that he's gonna be gone, so rates are gonna come down. But really, everybody else on in the Fed that votes on this, they've all been saying that we're probably not going to get a rate cut for a while. Maybe one or two more at the end of the year, like before. But it's not Jerome Powell's decision.
Well, a question for you: how many rate cuts did we have last year?
Well, like 3.
Yeah, they were speculating we're only going to have 2 rate cuts, yeah? But we had 3. Now, this year, the only thing that I'm going to see is, when Powell gets replaced, you're going to have someone's puppet in that seat. And when that happens, the rates are going to come down, but inflation's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, that's what's concerning too is, manipulating the rates, how that, that's what controls the, the inflation, right? And minusculely, but it does, right? But also we have what's concerning is the job markets rate. That's there.
Yeah, that come out yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah. I didn't see it. Did you see what it said? I already know that it's bad, right?
It wasn't particularly good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I got the general idea of what was going on, and I didn't watch it till the end. I thought, okay, he's talking like this. That's what's happening. Move on.
Cooper 888 says, "Why is the United States paying interest for their own money?" That's funny. You got jokes, bro.
Because it's not their money; it's British money.
Right, but it's all this. Really, no one owns the debt, and I'm going to break this down in my macroeconomics class that I teach. So I teach like technical analysis, macroeconomics, and trading strategy, right? And one of the things is the way the debt works and how it filters around like that. It's not what you think, but actually the debt is a good thing. The higher our debt goes up, the better it is for us.
And how does that work, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm thinking the opposite.
Well, it's one of those.
I would also like to beg to differ on that. I mean, I understand the flow of currency, but that doesn't make sense to me.
If we have more debt, then we can sell more of our debt. Is basically the concept.
Yeah, but if you didn't have a debt, then you could sell loans and make money.
Right, and I understand that, but we're not getting out of debt. I'll tell you that right now. That ain't happening. So the Band-Aid fix is to create more debt. That's all I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, kick the bucket down the road. So that's what's going on at the moment.
Exactly. So is it a good thing? In the big scheme of things and how everything is just crumbling. No, it's not good. But in the short term, let's put a Band-Aid on it and, pump liquidity into the market and into society. It's kind of good. It's a double-edged sword, guys.
Hold on. It's, you referred to putting a Band-Aid on it, right? But I'll give you the equivalent. That's like trying to put a Band-Aid on a black hole.
Yeah, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound.
It's exactly, dude. It's putting a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the issue with putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, we just continually have been putting Band-Aids on the bullet wound. Eventually, we have to rip off the Band-Aid, and there's going to be sting to that. And then on top of it, then we got to go in there and dig the bullet out, stop the bleeding, patch it up, stitch it up, and then it can start to heal. But honestly, no one's trying to do that. No one's trying to do the
Well,
real fix. They want to
That's
kick
what
the
you're
bucket.
saying. That's what you're seeing right now with Venezuela. He's trying to get the resources, right, to pull his country out of crap, but he's not doing it by legal means, which is another concern. What sort of image reflection is he going to put onto other countries if he's going to go do willy-nilly what he wants and not abide by the rules?
Stash says the U.S. debt puts our grandchildren in slavery. The economy needs to crash and reset. I 100% agree with that. Everything is hyperinflated. It all has to come tumbling down. It's a house of cards that is teetering on the side of a cliff.
I would like to point out, like I kind of think, like we stopped printing pennies this year. I kind of think that in 2-3 years we're probably gonna stop.
They're starting to make them again. So that changed.
What?
Yep, they're making.
When did that happen?
That was like 2 days ago. They're starting the production of pennies again because there's such a penny shortage right now. Dude, I've been going and buying rolls of pennies. I'm actually because right now I'm pretty much sidelined from the market, and I'm holding cash. What I'm doing is instead of holding cash, I'm buying change, and then I'm going through the change. I'm looking for silver.
I promise you, for the next month, I am absolutely 100% not out of the crypto market. I want to see what happens after March, because I can draw it.
Let me.
I can
rephrase
draw.
I'm not out of the
every
market.
single-
I'm stable coined up, mostly. But most of my investments, like even my
buying
real
right
estate, man, like I'm trying to get rid of my real estate because I have a feeling that the market's going to crash. And
Well,
silver
that's
is the
inevitable.
indicator.
That's inevitable. The market, the real estate market is so overinflated right now that it's almost unaffordable to buy property anywhere. And I know this. I just came out of real estate from the last, fucking 6 years, right? Like I've been a real estate agent. The market right now is so it's ugly how overinflated it is.
Yeah.
Very overinflated at the moment. And the thing is, Trump's had to do this to make their figures look good.
Right. And that's a problem, that he's more concerned about looking good than doing what's right for the market and for everything, right?
Well,
I mean, even gas came down a little bit, right? But
I
like,
kind
he
of feel like
promised
it's
all this stuff, and like we haven't seen it. He promised us no tax on crypto. He's honestly the only promise that he made that he's really been sticking to is deportations.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. When he was running, the only thing he said was no tax on crypto that's U.S. propagated, right?
Right.
So,
Exactly.
So what do you got there? You got Ripple and a handful of other companies, right?
But that's not even happening. That's not even coming. Like,
no, I understand.
There's nothing
that.
on the books. There's nothing being written. There's no executive order.
I bought a $23,000 vehicle this year based off of hoping that that was going to come true. Now I'm going to have to pay all that tax. I get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not immune to the what's going on there. I'm just saying, like, that was the idea behind it, not all crypto.
Right. I get what you're saying, and thank you for clarifying that. But pretty much most everyone knows what I'm talking about here.
Been saying.
I'm giving a generalized idea, and like we can argue and nitpick about little facts, but one of the things that I want people to try to learn to do is let's stop arguing over little nitpick things and try to understand the spirit of what people are trying to convey. The message I'm trying to get across here is that Trump has made a lot of promises and he hasn't really followed through with any of them. Even with the tariffs, that was one of his promises that he ran on, and he kind of flip-flopped back and forth on that thing. And now we're, what is it, tomorrow we're going to find out if it's even legal for him to do that. the
And that's
only
going to cause
real
another problem because companies like Target and Walmart that have been paying these taxes, if it's deemed illegal, they're going to want their money back. And where's that money going to come from? Taxpayer.
Exactly. And it'll be like another bailout, is what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing. Trump was right about one thing. I have to give him kudos for this. He says, you're going to win so much, you're going to say, stop winning. I don't want no more. Well, I'm looking at what's happening with the market. I ain't won nothing, but I want it to stop.
Yeah, that's for real. For real. Like, I won, because I was smart. I saw the writing on the wall, and I got out after he got inaugurated because I listened to what he said. And when he said that he was going to be doing tariffs on everyone, that was part of his campaign. So, like, I bought the rumor and sold the news. As soon as we got the news that he is in office and inaugurated, I was like, all right, next step is tariffs. And sure enough, it happened. And it's just been a roller coaster ever since.
So if you look on my page, there's only 2 videos, right? There's one of like me doing a drone video over a fucking river, and then there's a picture. It's an ascending wedge on XRP when it before it fucking took the big dive, right? It already took a dive before that, but like before it took the big dive, and that's where I sold, and I rebought at like $2, right? Like I waited it out, and
You did the same thing as me.
I bought 163, man.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
And dude,
I seen
everybody,
the ascending wedge when it happened, bro. Like,
it was right here. It was January 28th. I sold, and I warned everybody. I said, hey, we're going to crash, and we're going to continue moving downward in like a bearish trend until we hit about 160 to 163. I set my price point at 163. Boom, that shit hit. And then we went all the way up to 340, right? Or excuse me, 365, right? 367. All right. And then that same prediction, I said we would hit up to about 160, I said about 375, 380. We didn't quite make it there. And then we would run down to about 130. So 130 to 160 is my buy point to DCA in on XRP. And even then, it's not really on my radar anymore. Like, why would I buy something like XRP? Like, it kind of makes no sense. If you're going to buy XRP, you might as well buy Bitcoin.
I will argue counterpoint there because, like, we were just talking about this a little bit ago, right? When you start talking about national debt and things like that, right? And the clearances that we're getting, that we're seeing behind the scenes, right? Where we're getting approved here, we're getting approved there, we're getting approved for oil trade, we're getting approved for whatever, right? Like, yes, that doesn't influence it quite right now, right? Like, it doesn't influence the market, but those are little gains, those are little wins. And I know that when I say that, like, I understand how crazy that sounds, right? Like, when you talk about the world's largest exports of oil and being traded with XRP, that sounds like it should be a huge win, but it's really not, because it doesn't influx. There's so many XRP, right? Like, there's 100 billion of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Ripple owns 44% of it.
I think is it that?
Yeah.
I think is it 42?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something around that mark. I don't know the exact, but it's something around the
I'm guessing
40%.
it was 44.
It's-
I'm guessing 42 now because they've sold a bit.
I was thinking it was closer to around like the 40, 39, but even if it's not
40%.
right,
Let's
like
just round it. 40%.
okay, let's call it 40%, right? Like Ripple owns 40%. Even if they were a scam, even if they were in it to just tank it, right? What do they really got to win at this point?
That's the problem.
Hey,
they're a
Ripple's winning
company.
all the time. Hold on.
You,
Ripple's winning all the time because all they're doing is taking the liquidity every time people put money in.
Exactly.
We're seeing that right now. We're seeing it with Bitcoin. Look at all the cliff edges we've had and then dropped straight down, making it look like a faker and then drops every time.
And what
do we have? What do we have by the government taking possession of most of the Bitcoin? Then, let me ask you that.
The government isn't taking most possession of the Bitcoin. Who told you?
No, but that's their goal, right?
No, their goal is
we're creating a crypto reserve.
Hold on. Their goal with the Bitcoin strategic reserve is, for years they've seized Bitcoin and just dumped it into the market. So now they see the potential that Bitcoin can go up. So the idea is to have an escrow where they unlock certain amounts to pay off certain debts and things like that, and to sell it more strategically.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Believe that. That's what it is. It's written in black and white. You can believe, in one hand and shit in the other. Which one's going to fill up first?
Let me explain. All right. So, if they do that, right? So, they've been seizing Bitcoin. You just said that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
For like 10 years now.
Yep.
And
they've been seizing Bitcoin.
And they dump it. Every time they get it, they just sell it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. So now all of a sudden their goal changes to accumulating it.
Well, just holding it
Correct?
to sell.
Am I wrong?
No, not accumulating. That is incorrect.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, the key word in his statement is strategic. People miss that word very often. Yes.
And so the difference is accumulation is that the Bitcoin is going to be purchased by the U.S. government. No, they're going to acquire it and they're going to sell it when it's high instead of selling it at whatever price it is and dumping the market.
Except for like 4 days ago, they put out a statement that basically says they're going to start accumulating.
No.
Yes.
Show me. Tell me where to go. I'll pull it up right now.
Give me a minute.
Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is, bud.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Anybody can just say or think or misinterpret what they read. And that's what I think Starks was saying there is like people misinterpret what is actually being said. Would you agree with me, buddy?
100%. Look, it's called a strategic reserve. Strategic means they're going to find ways to put money into there without having to put their hands in their own pocket. Right. That's what the word strategic means in this case. And people, they see the Federal Reserve, crypto reserve, and they think fantastic. Right. Now, the flip side is bonds are being sold in USDT now to pay off some of these debts and stuff.
And really, what we're seeing is the U.S. government becoming what Ripple is to XRP, holding a massive supply and dumping on it when it goes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
but you know what the concerning part is? You know, here's the concerning part that I see. That I hear everyone talking about the country's debt, right? Now, the debt is like 40K at the 40 billion at the moment, right? But you know what the public's debt is in the United States? 140 billion.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're messing with numbers like that, you got to tread very, very carefully. because it can go wrong way very quick.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't see them doing anything to fix the situation. These stimulus checks, they're not going to help. They're just going to, like it says, band-aid on a gunshot wound, you know what I mean? Right? We're not going to see no real fixing of anything. In fact, I think I ain't trying to be biased or nothing, but from what I've seen so far, the only thing I've seen the orange man do is line his own pockets.
Yeah.
And the ones that are sitting around the table with him.
You know what I think? I think the ship is sinking and they're stealing the silverware.
Exactly. 100%.
Let's see here. It looks like Joe's back. All right, Joe, what do you got for me? And not to disparage you or anything, but like this is a fact-based show. So if you're gonna say anything, I need something to back it up. You know, you got to have the receipts.
No, you're good. You're good because this is some stuff that came across my Google a couple of days ago, and I started reading into it, and the more I read into it, and the more I kind of searched it, the more that popped up. So I kind of want outsiders' opinions in it. I've been in fucking Bitcoin since 2011. I'm doing good in my life. But
only if you sell. Right.
Well, I take
Profits.
bits and pieces when I want it.
You know? But you have to sell it in order to realize it.
What is it that needs to be fact checked? Tell me what it is.
Basically, what was it that
Hold up. I got the exact search for you.
Revolution is our fact checker for the show. So, basically the idea is that the United States will be accumulating Bitcoin to put into the strategic reserve.
Google U.S. government will likely start to buy Bitcoin.
There's no proof of that. Okay, so let me just help you out with something, bro.
I know there's no proof of it.
Right, and so that's the thing is this is a fact-based show. Everything needs to be backed up with proof. Anyone can say likely. Google.
No.
Okay, Google is an AI generated. Hold on, let me talk. All right, I don't want to have to rug you. Google is an AI generated response, and it gets those responses based off of what other people post.
Correct.
What we're looking for is the factual, actual information. Okay.
I want you to Google that and skip
First
the
of all,
AI.
I don't Google. Okay.
Skip the AI.
We have a professional fact checker that digs in not just to Google, every search engine, looks at the official documents. Okay. And then we'll read them to us. So we're gonna have a fact check on this, and we're gonna have the official documents from the government, because that's the only thing that matters.
I have no idea if there's official documents.
There is. See, that's the difference between Googling something or asking AI something and actually fact checking something. Is there's a paper trail for every bit of information out there. Okay, so they can't just do things.
Well,
first of all, I'm going to say is
it's put out across more than one media.
It doesn't matter what the media lies to you too, bro.
The media lies every single day, but it doesn't lie from every single angle.
What? Yeah, they do. Bro, I have this bridge I'd like to sell you. You interested? Or maybe some oceanfront property in Arizona?
So, I'll tell you this, Ben.
Okay. Can I talk?
Yeah, hold on. Give Revolution a second. So she's got the fact check for us.
She's good.
The White House never came out with that statement. That is an assumption by other people that they are somehow going to buy Bitcoin to add to their reserve. Their reserve right now is basically seized assets that they have obtained from the United States and other countries for, people using it illegally. The White House has never come out saying that, nor has any government branch of the White House come out to say that they are going to be obtaining Bitcoin, although this is mostly what Bitcoin holders want to hear in order to boost and manipulate the market.
Exactly. So they'll put out whatever rhetoric. Google will mess with your search results. AI will mess with the information it gives you. And people will put out articles every day, so that way AI sees a mass amount of the same response and gives that response out to people. But that doesn't make it true. Okay, what matters is the official statement from the White House, because the White House has to tell us, because it's the United States government and it's ran by and for the people. Okay, so you can speculate on anything. Okay, yeah, I can speculate that the U.S. government is going to buy all the XRP supply from Ripple and then lock it up and never sell it. I can speculate anything I want. It doesn't make it true. We're looking for facts.
So,
yeah, I'd just like to add something. I'm finding a lot of people are relying on AI. And the problem with AI is it doesn't tell you the truth. It tells you what you want to hear. There's a difference.
I'm not relying on AI, number one.
Yeah, I don't trust
Google
AI,
is
not
AI,
one
bro.
bit, because...
You said you use Google. Google is AI. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not reading the top AI overview.
It doesn't
whatever.
matter. The AI chooses what to put in the top search result. You do realize that
I understand
90% of the internet is shadow banned now. The 10 years ago, when you used to go to, or not even 10 years, 5 years ago, you used to go to Google and search something, you would get a list of 100 pages. Now it's reduced that down to 10 pages. So we have lost 90% of the internet. It's still there and exists, but you won't be
completely
exposed
misunderstanding
to it.
me.
Hey, brother, I am talking. This is my show. All right. And I want to hear what you have to say, but you have to let me finish. Okay? And I will let you finish. I will give you the same respect.
Go.
All right. So 90% of the internet search results has been erased. You cannot see it anymore. It's basically not there anymore. And the top 10 pages are what Google wants to push and wants you to see. So you can't rely on Google. You can't rely on a search engine to give you credible information about anything. Especially in what we're talking about, there is a paper trail, an official document to track everything that is done. And if you are not digging through official documents, then you're just talking out your ass. No offense. Okay.
No offense back, right? But I'm a trader. And I go off of how the market's going to react to the news that's out there.
Okay, so we buy the rumor, we sell the news as a trader, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the rumor is that they're going to do that. That there's the speculation of that the U.S. government is going to accumulate Bitcoin. We've had that rumor. Now we have the news. The news has come out and given us the official document and said otherwise. So it's time to sell the news on that one.
So with that, then where do you find all the news that's came out in the last 4 days then?
What do you mean? Nothing has come out in the last 4 days.
I can show you anything. I can show you article after article.
Send it to me. But there's no official. Anyone can write an article. I can literally go and write an article right now. They offered me a job at ABC to work for Vice. I could write an article about anything. Doesn't mean that it's true. And most of these articles, they don't even issue redactions for anymore.
The problem is there's these websites and they're like, oh, this is a news article. But the reality is it's coming from some bullshit ass, whatever kind of website you want to call it. You need to find it from different sources, from the right, from the left, from the middle, and see what comes up out of all three of them. And the reason why is because you're being shown what you want to see. Your search engine, every time you research something or look at something, it adapts to your algorithm. So you will start getting news articles from non-reputable places, and you think they are because they do. They sound good, they look good, it's what you want to hear or something you might want to hear in the future.
No,
But
I
you need to
fully
find
understand that.
articles on all sides. Let me finish. You need to find articles on all sides of the spectrum, not just right, not just left. Dig deep into everything. And if you don't see it, go to the government website. It shows everything you could want to see. They give you the latest alerts, the announcements, everything. That is not an announcement, nor has it been. The last thing about Bitcoin was putting it into the reserve back in March of 2025.
When it comes
So, like,
to the
I
hold on
believe
1 second real
Binance.
quick. This is really short and quick, and then I'll let you have the floor. When it comes to the US government, the fact checking is very easy to do. You just need to see what the official government website report is, and it will be an official document, and that will give you all the information. Okay, anything else is just noise. Go ahead.
So my what I was gonna say is I believe Binance about as much as I believe Yahoo Finance, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about any investment ever. I don't give a shit what it is. If it's gold, if it's silver, if it's Bitcoin, if it's XRP, if it's fucking Shiba Inu, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about it.
Right, because they're invested into it.
That's their motive for the article. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, part of the motive is the media is bought and paid for. And that's why people come to shows like mine for decentralized media. I'm not bought and paid for. I have nothing to gain from crypto. I don't even own it. I told you earlier, I'm holding stable coins. I have nothing to gain from pumping the price of anything. I'm here to tell you the truth. And I
hold Bitcoin, but that's because I've been in since 2011.
And you have a Bitcoin bias because of it.
No, not really.
Yes, it's
I don't really
bias.
fucking believe in Bitcoin.
Bro,
I don't really believe in Bitcoin. To be honest with you,
I understand that, but
I think it's a slow
pump,
piece of trash.
You want it to
I think
pump,
it's a
right?
slow ass piece of shit.
Okay, but listen.
I would rather have my money in Bitcoin if it was, say, XRP. However, I have my fragments of Bitcoin from when I was when Bitcoin first came out, when it was basically only Bitcoin and Litecoin. Right? Like those were the two options on the market.
I have a question for you. From 2011, till 2022, just before the bear market started, right? You must have been loving Bitcoin.
I actually didn't get my key back until last year.
Right. So you've got a motive to hate Bitcoin then.
He would have bought pizza too.
I had 2.2 Bitcoin in my wallet, and I had
don't disclose what you got, bro.
Yeah. I don't even disclose what I got. And
I will. Well, I don't have 2.2 Bitcoin anymore.
I want to go back to the bias part. Okay, Brooke had said that it's okay to have a bias, and yes, it is okay to have a bias. But when we're looking for facts and we're spreading information, we want to make sure that we are giving out factual information. You can have a bias on that information and your own opinion, but this is a fact-based show, and we want to focus on what are the actual facts. Brooke, did you want to add something?
Well, here's where I go. The actual facts, like we can talk about facts and how things are today. And so here's where I go. Yeah, we can talk about the facts and the fact that the facts don't work anymore in our modern day paradigm. And the Federal Reserve is finding out that modern monetary theory does not work. And if it does, it happens in extraordinary circumstances, which they will have to purvey. Anyway, that's beyond my fight. And I'm just here to say that bias like every single one of us is biased. Like I will say I am biased against Solana because I think Solana is the meme hub club of the world, and I hate meme coins, so I automatically hate Solana. However, the information that is presented to me in the traditional finance world and the infrastructure that's being built tells me something that confronts my bias, and that is Solana. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's gonna be used apparently by the big names because they say it will, along with all these other things that everyone craps on, which is really funny because it's infrastructure and it's not just one coin. Like people, you have to look at how this all interacts and like builds together or else you're not going to make it on the other side. And so it's like, I kind of sit back and laugh at things like this because I'm like, okay, for one thing, everyone thinks that they're not biased. Everyone is biased. It's just whether you accept your bias or not, and you accept it as a blind spot and you can see beyond it.
So
And then another thing
Oh yeah, go ahead.
is this is a completely different paradigm shift that what we're going off of. Gold is telling us that, silver is telling us that, digital assets and the way that the traditional financial world is moving is telling you something's not right. They're changing things and they're moving on to something else. However you interpret that is up to you. You can think that I'm full of poo-poo, but let me tell you, I'm not getting less wrong after 5 years. And so I sit back on this and I just go, it's so much fun. At this point, it's so fun. It's unfortunate, but also so fun to watch everything just happen. And like you, and once you relinquish control, because 5 years ago, I thought, oh my gosh, I can prevent all this if we can all kumbaya together and we can, yeah, no. Everyone, everyone educated
Let
me
that
very
happen, bro.
fast about how awful humans are. And congratulations, the consensus won, everyone.
Yeah.
So now
So
you get in the UK, people in the UK were debating me for years about digital ID and CBDCs are awesome. Congratulations, UK,
no.
you got it. Yay!
Yeah,
Seriously,
but the
for
problem is that
years. Let me
Well, let her
bro,
finish.
the problem is, right, the UK is the central financial hub for the entire world. So if it's happening here, it's going to filter around the world very, very quickly.
I know.
So
Yeah, yeah,
so what I
yeah,
want to say
absolutely.
here,
Sorry.
So
hold on,
I was
hold on.
completely
Let's
against.
reel it in real quick. All right. So we were talking about bias and fact-based information, right? So yes, I have a bias against Solana too. It's the meme coin collectors blockchain. That's what I believe. Obviously, it has other use cases, right? But that's what I see in my mind. But the factual information about Solana is it is an inflationary asset. Now, that doesn't mean that that can't change, but as for now, the way it stands is that's what it is, right? And that goes for the same with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Okay, we have the information given to us in black and white that spells out exactly what it is. We can speculate that further on down the road, this and this and this can happen, but as of right now, this is what it is. That's the difference.
This is why I love you because this is the difference between me and you. And I love that you just said what you said because I had this conversation with a couple who like now on the outside, one is severely neurotypical and the other one is severely not neurotypical. And I said, you are like one person is a visionary that can see beyond what is now. The other person is not. And no offense, Crypto Goat. That is where we decipher
Well,
because
I see
no,
the
no, no.
vision.
Here, no, there, no. You do, but you don't at the same time. You can't accept it. There's a very, and so what I will say. No, hold on. I will say, after being in this space for 5 years, there's a personality type. Okay. And the type A type of people, and more than likely you fall into other certain type of stereotypical categories. But you can't see beyond your front nose. If it's not there, if it's not fact, if it's not in your face, it doesn't exist. And then there's those of us who can see beyond it, who see what's being built, who can draw between the lines. Those two people are the difference between the people who keep the normie things going. We need you. Congratulations. You are altogether correct in the world that you live in right now, in the reality that you find yourself in right now. It's people like me that tell you, guess what, guys? You're shifting. And you know what doesn't sit well with all of y'all? You can't accept that. And the fact that the things that you thought were true are no longer going to be true. The very foundational things that are true will always, hold on, they will always remain true,
Let
which
me
is
push
also
back
very
on this a little bit.
scary. It's also very
That-
scary. The things that are true are very basic and they will remain true. And this, depending on where your bias is, will depend on where you lie on the other side of this.
So,
Okay.
this is my
Can I
pushback.
can I just add a
Hold
couple of
on.
things here?
Real quick. Make it quick.
Yeah, I mean, I've been following crypto for the last like 10 odd years, right? And one thing I noticed, right, 2018, 2019, they were talking about banning crypto, right? 2021, they decided that they're going to become part of it and they're going to do something to walk. To utilize it. Now, me being me, I'm thinking to myself, right, they've got a 13 trillion debt. At that time, it was like 10 to 13 trillion, right? I was thinking if they put in 2 trillion right now and they pull out at the top at 68K, right, they're going to have half that debt paid off. They've never done that. That implies to me they've got no intention of paying off this debt.
They don't. They're going to send it, guys. Like,
And
there's
can I
one or
just
two
get to my
things.
second point? Can I just
Yeah,
get to my
no, you're
second point?
right. We drop or they freaking send this market to the stratosphere. Go for it.
Right, the second part is, yeah, you're absolutely right in regarding to Solana, because I'm on the same opinion. It's not doing anything good for the crypto community, but you could make money off it. But that doesn't make it okay. It's just like some of these pharmaceutical companies, right? They're not doing the right things, but we're still making money off them. And the other thing is, I'm over 40, right? So I remember the days of VHS. And at the time of VHS, they had another VHS cassette as well called a Betamax. Now, the Betamax was better than the VHS, but it wasn't the most popular, right? So it never got mainstream attention. And it could be the same thing in crypto. Just because Bitcoin's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the front runner. XRP could take that spot, or Ethereum could take that spot. We don't know
Here's the
yet.
thing. No. Here's the thing. There's no spot to be had. That's
It's an
my whole fight
ecosystem.
here.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an
Yeah.
ecosystem. And so what XRP does, what Bitcoin does, what Ethereum does, what Chainlink does, what Quant does, it will all. And so if you can think about this thing as a sifting type of mechanism, the entire marketplace is going to sift out how they're going to utilize each one of these protocols.
My
The
point was, just because something's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the one that's going to be utilized.
No, that's true.
Look at Apple
It's
with the iPhone. It's not the best, but it's user friendly, and it used to be the
I
most
love
secure,
my own.
and now it's not. Now it's not as secure. So like, it's just one of those things where as time goes by, things change. But I wanted to push back on what you were saying about
I
um,
love my iPhone.
being
I'm just here to say it
being. I
unapologetically.
love
I
my
don't. I
Google
hate
Pixel,
the.
man.
I hate the Esther.
As a content
I'm
creator,
telling.
it's amazing. The best phone on, the best camera on the market, right?
As
And
a person who hates technology but talks about it a lot, who likes to stay the same, and like Apple's great.
all right, so I want to circle back to what you were saying. Is like there are those that are the visionaries that can read between the lines and see beyond, and there are those that are like stuck in the facts, right? So
Yeah.
here's what I want to tell you is that I do see between the lines, and I do see the direction we are headed. And honestly, a lot of times we agree on most things, right? Um, and I do have that vision, and I understand that this is going somewhere. A lot of times I say things very hyperbolically, that adoption already happened, that PayPal's the same thing. The idea is to get people to start thinking critically and to question things and to not just take everything at face value. That's the point of it. It's TV, right? But the purpose of this show is to stop, not necessarily FUD things, but to stop misinformation and to stop, um, the crazy nonsense that's been filtering throughout the system, with crypto in particularly. Um, I saw a void that needed to be filled. Everyone here was about speculation, and I speculate too, you know, but I built this show to be fact based for a reason, because that's the void that needed to be filled in this space. There was too much nonsense information or crazy pipe dreams, hopium being spread, and I was like, you know what? Let's have a show that kind of
Let me
sticks to.
push back on
Hold on,
you.
hold on. Let's stick to the facts and let people decide for themselves. Because I do have my opinion, I do have my visionary, but I decided to put that aside and not spread that and try to focus on what is happening right now and what is real and tangible that we can prove, and also at the same time have an opinion and speculate a little bit. But the idea is if somebody comes on here and says that the United States government is acquiring Bitcoin and says that, I'm going to tell them no, they're not. That's the only difference. But go ahead.
Here, no, and here's where I'll push back, and here's the visionary thing. No wealth has been created. No, the very few people have made it in life by basing their forward thinking into the now. It is always the visionaries. It's always the people who are like, no, 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 this is what it could be. Apple back in the day, there was 50 million reasons why Apple wouldn't be a thing. But guess what? It was. And guess what? It gave you plenty of signs to tell you that it was. And guess what? Multiple people here who are older than me tell me sob stories. My first finance professor gave me my first finance lesson over the fact that she sold Apple at a fraction of a penny whenever she like bought into it. And she said that was the stupidest thing because I was typical. And that always stuck with me. Be typical. Stay in the facts, everyone. Stay in the world that you're at now because it's true. It's happening. You can correlate it. You can do all the things. What I'm here to tell you is that entire paradigm is going to shift. And if you're not ready for it, it's absolutely going to freaking melt your face. Silver has melt faces. Gold has melt faces. 4 or 5 years ago, people told me I was absolutely crazy, that that was a boring market. And I said, you should be accumulating right now. And I was laughed at. Guess what, guys?
When
And guess what?
something's
No one had
boring,
invaded
that's when you should be
anyone.
accumulating it, right? When it's
Exactly.
hyped up, that's when you should
Brooke,
be. And that's the point of
Brooke.
what I'm doing here, Brooke, is that everything's a bit hyped up. Obviously, we're starting to come back down, but believe in this. And I firmly believe that this is all going to go crazy, right? At some point, and it's going to melt your faces off and everything you're saying. I do agree with that. Maybe not $10,000 for XRP, but notice what it says is XRP will not go to 10K this cycle because it's just unfathomable. It's just not going to happen, right? That doesn't mean
Now
that it can't go to 10K, right?
Right. And so it's all about use case. There's this whole supply and demand thing here. And so truly, truly, here's the thing. Here's where I want people. Here's where I go. I want to caution you because you're like, oh, facts, 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 facts. Listen, this technology has never been adopted at scale. The paradigm shift that we are undergoing has never happened at the level that the entire world is going to shift at the exact same time. And however the cards fall in that shift, I don't know. What
Honestly,
I
I
do
don't
know
think it
is that the
shifts like
evidence
that.
is telling you.
I don't think it shifts like
How
that.
how not?
We've
Does
seen
not the
in
recent events
history.
tell you? Okay.
We've seen in history, right? How and let's do money for example, right? Because we're talking about the shift of money. We didn't shift to from gold to paper notes overnight. It was a transition over time, and that's what I see happening. Is a transition over time.
Right. But so it happens slowly, slowly, and all at once, right? Like 1971, when this other paradigm shift happened, it didn't happen overnight, but it also happened overnight. There was plenty of quote unquote coin clippage of gold before France ever came asking for their paper money in exchange for their physical gold. A very similar thing is happening on the world stage right now with silver, oddly enough.
Absolutely. The question
And
is
do you remember
why,
months ago we were on here and we were both going, silver, precious
I got a
metals,
question for you,
silver.
Brooke. Why do you think silver's pumping?
It shows us exactly where we're at in this cycle. On a
No.
macro picture, yes, it does. I told people, no, hold on. I've been here for 5 years telling people in an event like I think we're coming upon, this is 5 years ago, Brooke, 5 years ago. I said, I'm a macroeconomist. I see this thing coming. Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine yet. Okay. No one had invaded anyone yet. I was on here saying before anyone could see a liquidity crisis, a dollar crisis, a yen crisis, a world war crisis. I said, I think we're on this. I think this is happening. Have I gotten more wrong or have I gotten more right? I've gotten more right. And I said, if this is happening, this is 5 years ago, people. I said, if this is happening, what should you buy? Historically, gold and silver do fabulous. If we are undergoing a shift historically, like I think we are, buy gold, buy silver. That was 5 years ago. Who else called that?
I did.
Me. I called it because, listen to me, it shows on the global macro picture what is happening to fiat. The entire world is on a fiat debt monetary based system. And what they are experiencing, what they don't know, is that it's collapsing on them. The world sucks. Your world sucks because of debt. Because your money is derived off of debt. That is collapsing. And so we will shift. And so what you're seeing central banks buy gold in the tunes of over 6 years. They have been buying up gold. Let me Basel upgraded gold to a tier 1 asset with no counterparty risk. It went from a 3-tier asset to a 1-tier asset. Now you tell me, where is the world heading? And you tell me where the banks are spending their money. Are they buying gold or are they buying fiat? They're buying gold. Does that not tell you where we're at?
So let me push back just a little bit on the silver. And here's the thing is, I agree with you. Okay. I think we are hitting a global financial shift, and that's why we're seeing these fluctuations in gold and silver to the upside. And I think in the past we've seen silver be very volatile. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to lose much of its value. However, on the fact-based side of things, right? So let's just look at the facts. Because of AI, they're using more silver. Okay, and then also, silver's been suppressed for a very, very long time, and so it's kind of catching up to where it should be. And also, China is
Here's
no
a question.
longer.
Why did they suppress it? Hold on. That's a very important question because silver has been suppressed since the
Because
1960s.
silver has
there's a
more.
reason
When
for
you
that.
saw
Silver
a
was overabundant.
multi-generation.
Everyone,
Did you
Can I?
see that cup and handle?
everyone
Did you see that cup and handle? The multi
on gold.
45-year cup and handle? No, that silver pulled before it went to $85.
Gold has a cup and handle on the monthly right now.
Ooh, heck yeah. So
Can
go
I?
look at
Can
the
I just add
ratio. Go
something
look at the
about silver?
historical ratio. Go look at the
Hold on, I
historical
want to answer
ratio
your
between
question,
gold
Brooke.
and silver.
Everyone started going. What was that question you asked? See, this is why we got to reel it in, guys. We got to answer the questions. If you're gonna throw a question out there, you
I'm
gotta
two
let the
glasses of wine in. Just so
I'm
everyone.
gonna argue.
Hey,
I
look,
love you, Brooke.
look.
You're awesome.
Can I just comment on this silver scenario at the moment?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Right. The reason why silver's gone up, right, is because although a lot of countries are mining it, they don't refine it. It's all refined in China. Now, China have just come up and says they're no longer going to trade with the rest of the world in precious minerals. So that's driven the price up. If you look at the price of silver, before the 1st of January this year, China was buying it $10 higher than what the Western world was buying it for. So
Yep.
the price was being suppressed by the West, and now these sanctions come into place, yeah, and they're not selling it. The price of silver has skyrocketed for two reasons. One, because of this new government China law that they're coming out with about precious metals, and two, silver is one of the main ingredients for the new type of battery that's coming out.
So one thing about silver is, so the question I remember now is, why was silver suppressed? One reason is because they wanted to keep gold as the gold standard, right? Because China had so much silver, much more than we did, and China's basically been on the silver standard. We've been on the gold standard, right? Gold has a use case, right? Just like silver does. But silver's use case is actually much more than gold is. We use silver in our breakers, in our computers, in our electrical. Honestly, we use copper wire. We would use silver for copper wire if it weren't for the fact that silver was previously traded as a currency before the use case of conductivity came along, because it's actually more conductive.
It had intrinsic value before it had monetary value before it had conductivity value.
The problem with
here's
silver.
the thing.
Everyone chill out. So the thing is that we decided, we were like, okay, well, we have copper and it gets the job done, just not as well, but it's cheaper because like you said, Brooke, is copper already had intrinsic value, right? Now, what's another reason why?
Disagree, bro.
It's been suppressed because it has more use case. Okay, so we're utilizing
what
it
were
more
Dorothy's
often.
shoes? Dorothy's shoes. Hold on, sorry. No. Muhammad, what were Dorothy's shoes going down the yellow brick road
Ruby
to
red
the Emerald
slippers.
City? They weren't ruby red in the book. What were they? The book.
I don't know. I never read the book.
They were
silver.
The book,
that's right. They were silver.
Book, they were silver because they represented the monetary use case of silver galloping down a
Yeah, let me just
to the
explain
Emerald
myself.
City of fiat.
Can I just explain myself why I'm saying that's not true about copper and silver? Because silver doesn't work good at high temperatures. It can only be used in low power devices, whereas copper has a better heat resistance and it can be used with higher voltage and sustain higher temperatures for longer. That's why silver's not used in mainstream circuit boards.
They use silver in breakers. Breakers are high voltage and
Yeah,
high temperature.
yeah, they're the breaking part. They're the breaking part. That's what I'm saying. They provide the resistance to go so the circuit don't
what I'm talking about
overload
is copper wire, right? We would use silver wire if it weren't for intrinsic value, is what I'm saying.
1000%. According to the so this is where I get really nerdy on the atomic table. Yes, silver is a much better conductive of
And obviously
electricity
gold is
than
better.
copper. Gold is the ultimate,
We
which is
got an
why I
expert in
think
the house. We've got Run Up in the house who's an expert. Yeah, I'd love to hear what he's got to say.
And let me reset.
I will
let
say
me take
that
a second to
gold
reset the
doesn't.
room real quick. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow everybody in the panel over here. These are all great people. I don't know Joe very well, but he seems to know a thing or two. And
I would like to add something.
Hold on. I'm resetting the room here. I'll give you a chance to talk after Run Up, okay? So I want to give a formal introduction to Run Up. Go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Oz. And I think Mohammed has misspoken because I am not an expert by any measure. But I do know that silver is a better conductor of electricity than gold and copper.
Is that it? All that for that?
Yeah.
Joe, what did you have to say, buddy? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say that, like, I kind of feel like I was a little misunderstood earlier. I may have Bitcoin, right? But like the majority of my crypto asset is not in Bitcoin. Is the majority of my money is not held in Bitcoin.
Same here.
It's not held in XRP. It's not held in any. The majority of my crypto is held in Litecoin, but that's because I bought Litecoin when Bitcoin was $100.
Right.
You know,
the majority of my holdings is in real estate, classic cars, silver, and I mean not silver stocks, silver bars and things like that. Like I hold hard assets, right?
I get that. I'm
just saying, like,
I'm not saying anything like that, man. I'm saying that as far as crypto goes, like to be told that I hold a bias because of Bitcoin, right?
Well, I mean,
like
okay,
the majority of my
you do naturally.
Everyone has a
bias.
I don't. I really don't. I really don't.
I hold a bias knowing about XRP. It's okay to admit your bias. Just admit to it and move on.
I literally think that Bitcoin is a junk coin, and I hope it tanks.
Well, you'd be right.
So I can buy more.
So what's gonna happen? Hold on. What's gonna happen to your Litecoin if Bitcoin tanks?
You know, the next coin that takes over will drive the market.
You do understand in order for the next.
There is no next coin. Okay, we've moved past that. It's an ecosystem, and it all moves with Bitcoin. I'm calling it the simul cycle or the unicycle, but basically the whole Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then alts, then memes, I believe that's out the window. I think everything moves with Bitcoin now.
It does.
Bitcoin's the S&P 500 of crypto.
Exactly.
That's the way I look at it.
Yep.
The way I see it is Bitcoin is not sustainable, and it's a junk coin. Honestly, it takes damn near an hour to make a transaction on it.
That has changed with layer 2 technology.
Thank goodness.
So that is no longer the case. So because of layer 2s and layer 3s, Bitcoin can now operate fast. It can be cheaper, and it'll only get faster and cheaper. So that argument's off the table now.
I will firmly disagree that it will ever be a good coin, bro.
I think it'll be a great coin for holding value because it's slow. Therefore,
That's
it's
all
not
it's
something
good
that
for.
it's something that people are going to buy and hold on to, right?
That
Digital
is the
gold is what
only
people
thing
are
it's
calling
good
it.
for.
Yeah.
I think it was the first psyops from this whole movement.
Honestly, I
I
think
think
it
that they
stands
so
for
I think they did an opposite. I think that they did an opposite buy-in. So what I think, and here's my I will put on my tinfoil crown, everyone. I think that they said Bitcoin beta test coin is going to be the first one. How are we going to market this? We're going to market it first as it being outside of the system. All of these people, they will never come onto a system if they think that they were coerced like the typical system that we used back during the um, Jekyll Island years. So we have to be better. We have to. So we're going to do the opposite. We're going to release this asset that lies outside of the system that they quote unquote hate. And then they're going to buy onto it. They're going to sell you on it. People are going to preach it, live it, because they truly do believe it. And then they're going to take over it, just like they always do. And then that's where I go. That's where I say, here's where I go. That's where I come in and say, I have always understood that the money system is rigged. I always understood that there's overlords. And I'm like, the history that was back then is happening today. And I see that they have chosen a select few.
Okay, so
And from there, you'll have your other like building off of this infrastructure, but they are setting the main infrastructure, and the chosen ones are the chosen ones are the chosen ones. That's not just XRP, that's Chainlink, that's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has a utility in here. It's just it's not how they sold you at it at first. So
absolutely.
you're gonna have to come to terms with that.
Since we all have our tinfoil hats on already, leave it on for a second. This is my little rabbit hole on Bitcoin. Okay, so we know that Satoshi Nakamoto basically means Central Intelligence Agency, right? I believe that Bitcoin is being sold and pushed for the sole purpose of when this switch flip global monetary system change happens, right? Everyone's going to speculate Bitcoin, right? And it is a nation toppler. What does the CIA do? They manipulate elections and overthrow governments and so on and so forth, right? So how can you do that? They literally did this in Rick and Morty. How do you topple a government? By changing a 1 to a 0, right? So basically, the idea is to create the financial strategic reserve for Bitcoin, right? Get other countries to basically start buying up Bitcoin because we're not going to buy it, right? We're just holding it. Maybe we do buy it or whatever, right? I believe that the CIA holds the Satoshi wallet, right? What's there like 100 billion Bitcoin that they have?
A
They're
little
gonna
over a billion.
sell everybody on the idea to buy up Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, there's
Get
only
hold,
21 million.
hold on, hold on. Okay.
Well, there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Hold on. All right. So the idea is there's only 21 billion Bitcoin or million Bitcoin, you say? That's in circulation. There's 100 billion Bitcoin sitting in the Satoshi Nakamoto wallet. Okay. Someone has that wallet, I believe, and I believe it's the CIA that has it. And they get all these countries to create their own private reserves where they start accumulating Bitcoin and they have all their wealth into Bitcoin, right? And they're just buying it as it goes up, and it just keeps going up, and they think it'll never go down, and then what does the CIA do? They come in and they rug it. That's what I think.
Yeah, you know, us and Brooke, since we've got the tin hats on and stuff, right? You know, I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, I'm looking at it at a slightly different picture, but the ballpark's the same. My picture is this. If they wanted to control your finances and everything, and they told you they're going to implement a system, you're not going to have none of it. But if they told you it was a way out of the fiat system and have your own independence, right, then everyone's going to jump for it, which then gives them the capitalization to research it, put the blockchain into effect so they can control your and watch your finances and everything you do. Right. So, yeah, I completely agree. I also think when Bitcoin gets to a certain level, it is going to turn into a meme coin at some point.
Okay. Revolution, can we get a fact check on the circulating supply of Bitcoin, the actual supply of Bitcoin, and how much Bitcoin is in the Satoshi wallet?
It's a little over 1 million in the Satoshi wallet.
This is a fact-based show, and there's been some speculation in the chat here, so let's get the facts on that.
Yeah, and the total supply is around 21 million. The circulating supply is a little over 20 million.
Okay, and then how much is in the Satoshi
wallet? A little over 1 million.
Million. Okay, my mistake. Okay, on the numbers there, but 1 million Bitcoin. All right, by one person, the original person can rug the entire thing up. Revolution says that you were right on those numbers run up. So that's all I'm saying is I don't believe that Satoshi was a guy that just out of the kindness of his heart invented Bitcoin and never sold a dime of it and either passed away or is just never going to sell it. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, you know what I found strange as, yeah, on the 2012, like around about that era, the Apple MacBook CDs had the Bitcoin white paper on them as well. I don't know how this adds up into the whole equation, yeah, but why would you have the Bitcoin white paper on an operating CD?
Joe says, why am I muted for being right? You're not muted for being right. You're muted for continually interrupting me. So I did unmute you so you can unmute yourself and you can, but you got to stop interrupting. Starks, this is your warning.
My warning.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I find it quite strange how the white paper ended up on the operating CD for an Apple Mac. You know, when you install Apple Mac onto your computer, you have a copy of the white paper somewhere on the computer as well. These are things that haven't added up yet, but at some point in the near future, they will make sense. But until we know, we're in this guessing game.
Yeah. I think Bitcoin is the greatest rug of all time. Go ahead, run it.
I said good night. That's all I had to say, man. Like, I appreciate you accepting me on your live stream, and I wish nothing but the best for you. But good night.
Have a good night, brother.
Yeah.
See you later.
Night, Joe.
By the way, no disrespect for muting you. I can't. We're trying to have a debate. That's what this is, right? Nobody's right or wrong. Okay, it's not about whether you're right or wrong being silenced. It's about not interrupting people and giving them the floor. All right, where were we? What were we talking about?
To be honest, we're in early days at the moment. There's a lot of conspiracy theories and all sorts flying about, as with everything else. So, until we get some more concrete evidence on what's actually going on, we're just going to have to sit back and watch and see what's going on the TV show, crypto TV show,
Yeah, I think all of it's conspiracy. Like, XRP is a part of that. Like, they all know exactly. That's the thing. And it's shocking to me that people are over here going like, oh, they don't and Clarity Act. Yes, all of that, yes. At the exact same time, the ones that they have chosen, they are already chosen, and it's not one. It's not just XRP. It's a part of it. So people who are on here who are committed to misunderstanding me, that's not what I'm saying. They know exactly the rails and the trusted rails that they're going to use. It's already been decided.
Yeah.
It's just we're just in the happening. Venezuela, the happenings there, all of Iran, all of it tells me exactly that we are in the transition. And people always talk about this flip of the switch. It's not going to they want to wait for an overnight thing. Oh my gosh, all of a sudden this happens. What I like to tell people is hold on, you're in the happening, people. This
Yeah,
is
but what's
happening.
going on?
Hold on, let her finish.
Or sorry.
No, and no, that's all. No, no, no. That's really it. You are in the happening. What has been is fading away. What is to come is coming into light. There will be death and there will be birth.
Stash
Okay?
says UBI will be launched in less than 10 years. All coins will go to zero.
I say less than 5 years. I say we're going to have UBI probably by at least by 2030, if not by
Yeah.
I can
2028.
tell you exactly when UBI is implemented. And mark my words, I don't know
Not the
when.
UK
Hold on,
guidelines.
hold on. I don't know exactly when, but this is how you'll know it's coming. Okay, is when all the robots start taking the jobs, and we're kind of there right now. It's a slow transition with that. You know, we're seeing the driverless cars, but once you start seeing a standardized of everything is automated, UBI is the next stop because no one will
Not
have
in the
jobs, no one will
BMW
have income
factories.
anymore.
Have you
We
not seen the
mustn't let the
BMW
normies
factory?
know. Sorry. This is another part where I go,
Yes.
everyone in my physical life is like, that's not happening. That's not real. You're crazy. And I'm
Oh,
like,
it's happening. All right,
okay.
Starks.
Okay.
What'd you have
Yeah,
to
I mean,
say?
I think it's happening, but
Hold
I
on.
don't think it's any.
Let's start
Okay.
real quick. Go ahead, Starks. You have the floor.
What you're saying, it's already started. BMW have already got an automated factory in Germany where there's only about 6 people working in it, and the rest of the 1,000 people that used to work there have been replaced by robots. So, it's already happening. It's a matter of time before it filters down and people start complaining loss of earnings and stuff, and then you're going to have a whole new kettle of fish to deal with before the universal basic income comes into play. So we're going to see a lot of hardship before that happens.
All right, Run Up. You had something to say?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I don't think that UBI is coming anytime soon. Definitely nowhere within the next decade. I think it'll take way longer than that. I also don't buy into any of these conspiracy theories. I don't think Bitcoin was a psyop. Um, I think it being created by the CIA is feasible but unlikely. I don't think we'll see some major shift in the global financial system. And
We're
I
already
think
seeing it.
Yeah, it's already
Like,
happening.
what do you,
I mean,
like,
he's
what?
entitled to his
How?
opinion.
what are
I
we
know,
seeing?
but how? But facts matter, right? We
Like the
always talk
US
about
dollar is
facts.
still the world reserve
You
currency.
don't, no, hold on. You don't see gold move and silver do the moves that it does unless it's in historical time. And if you're a macroeconomist, which we both talk macroeconomy, we go head to head. I know you're smart on macroeconomy. I cannot fathom, and I can only assess that you don't connect all of the things together because you will concede. You will say, "Yes, but this." "Oh yeah, but that's only because of this." "Oh yeah, but then this." And when I look at it, I say, all of that but this is all intertwined together. You're looking at a house of cards. all you are waiting on is when they cannot kick the can further down the road and when they are ready to let this system implode. What do you think? Why do you think Bitcoin's white paper came out of the 2008 financial crisis needing a better form of money? And then, how can you look at what they're building and the legislative laws and not say, oh my gosh, they might have been planning this from all along? I do not see how you look at the world in front of you, especially with the price appreciation of gold and silver, XRP, digital assets, and how people said we were crazy, what, less than 2 years ago, to saying that this is vital to the future of democracy of the United States, and the United States is going to be the crypto hub of the world. And then for you to come on and say, I don't think any shift is happening. So you negate what's happening in silver and gold and this shift completely?
I mean, precious metals
Explain
have
that
been.
in the no, explain that in the face
It
of
just started
facts.
Let him
pumping
rebut.
this
Let him rebut. Go ahead.
just the last year. Prior to that, it was suppressed, and that's largely due to all the geopolitical uncertainty that's happening at the macro level, at the global level.
Yes.
But
Again,
prior to that,
what does
so
that trigger to you?
Are you
What
referring to
happened
the
the
yield
last
curve?
it's
time?
just,
What
huh?
happened to the last time a macro picture like this set up? It was World War II. And on the back end of World War II, you got the Bretton Woods system. Like the UK fell out of prominence and the United States rose to prominence.
Look at
What
bricks.
are you
Bricks forming
talking about?
is a strong indication of a shift. Why did they come together and they decide to go gold backed? Because the system is shifting. That for me is enough to know that there's a transition happening in itself.
Look,
But there's always something going on geopolitically. There's
let me
always
let me
civil
just say
unrest.
something,
This is not
please.
anything new.
Let me
Go ahead,
just say
Starks.
We
something.
could
Hold
actually
on. Give
argue
Starks
that
the
what
floor.
took
Hold on,
place
everybody chill.
is
Give Starks the floor real quick.
Look, here's what I'm seeing, right? Last year, the petrodollar finished, the contract finished with Saudi Arabia, right? That led the dollar not being backed by anything. So now they needed backing. All this stuff going on with Venezuela and the oil is to get some backing for the dollar. Otherwise, the dollar's going to go to crap because they've got nothing to trade it with. Because it used to be the main currency for oil deals all around the world. But that's not the case. So there's no value left in the oil side. So now they're going to find gold, silver, build up a reserve, trade oil, right, to keep your currency up. And I think we may see another incline in the dollar's value before we see another big decline. But there will be a big decline coming soon.
I got a question for everyone here in the panel. Okay. What is the real currency? What is currency really backed by? Does anyone here know?
Yeah, it depends on what currency you're looking at.
No, every country globally, what is the true currency? What does everything
Faith,
store?
hope, and trust.
No, if you're talking about countries like Saudi where they have the dinar and Qatar where they use the dinar as well as their own currency, the dinar is based on gold and silver. It's not even based on financial money. It's based on gold and silver.
Is just another store of the value of the true currency.
Yeah,
that
but what I'm
is
trying to say to you, that is
Everything
what's
else is
being
credit.
used.
With the win, slave labor.
That's the real money.
Labor is the true value, okay? Our time and energy, time over energy equals value, okay? It's the work that we put in, okay? And we go to work, we work all day, and then we are given something of value. The true value is the time that we put into something, okay? And we're seeing the shift happen right now. That people are realizing that I'm putting my time and energy into something with no return.
Wait,
It's
what you
called
mean no return?
usury.
So that's
It's
the
called
shit.
usury.
It's basically when I say no return is what we're getting in return for our time and energy is overly inflated, backed by either oil or gold, right? But those things are just placeholders. The true value will not be gold or silver. It will be oil, because oil produces labor. Labor produces oil. You cannot run a country. You cannot produce energy. You cannot do anything without oil. And I do not see I know the whole pipe dream is that everything's going electric. I just don't see that sustainably. So what
Not
will be
sustainable.
Oil is energy.
oil
We have
is
Yeah,
other
energy.
sources
So
of
what is
energy
the
as
true
well.
currency?
electric
And
is not
it's just
sustainable.
The
oil
true
is cheap and
currency,
efficient.
right? So the true currency is energy, right? That's the
That's
true
true.
currency.
But that's currency. Currency is energy. Sorry. Yeah. Go
Right.
ahead.
So currency is energy, and the value comes from labor. Energy,
And
labor.
that's
Well, I just want to
separating
say
now.
we're
AI.
afforded more
So hold on.
luxuries today than ever before.
Exactly.
We're
But
able.
also, I will hold on. I will say everyone needs to go check out a phenomenal podcast where the one of the inventors of the AI algorithms talks about how AI is the end of capitalism. It disjoints the nexus, the link to labor versus currency versus energy. And so this shifts us on a completely different paradigm that I don't think the normies are ready for, that I think that the powers that be, they know is coming. And so that's why I think that they've set up, so they will tell you everything that they have planned. Go and look at Agenda 2030, and then go
Agenda
look at where
31.
you're at in
Agenda 31.
31.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, you're
The
correct.
WE, is it the
Yes.
WEF one?
Yes.
Okay. So you go, so it doesn't have to be conspiracy. Just go and look at that agenda and then go look at the world around you and see if you're getting closer to that world or the world that you knew. What world do you think you're headed towards? The one that's been normal and typical to you? Or do you think something's changing? Do you not feel run up? This is my, I
I
am
mean, things are
perplexed by you
always
because
changing.
they're always changing, but this type of these things have not happened in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime. I'm having to educate my parents about their parents' childhood's lifetime. There's something missing. There is a gap here that is so scary to me that I see so clearly 5 freaking years ago that people go, "You're crazy." And all of a sudden, people are so shocked that we're on WW3's doorstep. And I
We're not
go,
nowhere
how
near
did we? Are
WW3.
you
Yes, we are.
kidding
We're
me?
in it right
Are
now.
you kidding me?
No, we're
The
not.
history. Okay, hold on. Hit the brakes, everybody. The history books. Okay, when you read them the way it goes, it seems like it's all happening all at once, but these are years that happen in between certain things. Okay, and honestly, I think we are in a civil war in the United States and in World War III right now. When you go 50, 100 years down the road and the history books talk about right now, they will be listing the things that happened, like the bombing, the bunker busters in Iran will be listed as one of the things that happened in World War III. During World War II, people did not believe that we were in a world war. During the Civil War, I think it was the Battle Kentucky something. People went out. Okay, there was the skirmish between the North and the South, and people went out to have a picnic on the hill, and there was the most horrific battle in history that happened in front of them. And even after that happened, people still didn't believe we were in a civil war. It's not until after the fact that we acknowledge that, hey, this happened.
Hey, it's the same thing in crypto, yeah. We're not in a bear market until we're at the bottom of the bear market.
Exactly, because people refuse to open their eyes and see what is happening right in front of them.
Thank you, Oz. We
Times,
see so many things so differently, but I find it, I love it when Oz and I are so opposed on so many things. And
Okay,
so
let
I
me
love it when we come together on things,
let me
Oz.
reiterate my position. No one knows my actual position, what I actually believe. A lot of what I say is hyperbolic and designed to get you to think. My whole goal is to create critical thinkers. So I actually am more aligned to what most people or what you believe, Brooke. I just don't put it out there. You know what I mean? But honestly, I think we are more aligned and we see more eye to eye than uh, meets the eye. It's just most people think
That's a
that I'm
smart thing to
against them.
do.
Yeah, because that's internet.
Was that a
We have
Transformers
70
then?
people watching right now because that's just how the internet works. There would be 2 people in the panel listening to what I have to say if I didn't say it the right way.
yeah, I will argue that times are more peaceful now than ever before, and that
Oh
we're
my
nowhere
gosh.
near where
Oh,
we're
Hey,
been.
go tell that to the
Like,
people of Palestine, bro.
Yeah, bro,
but
no.
that's
They're
been
don't
ongoing
tell that to
for
the
a very
Uyghur
long
Muslims
time.
in China. They're
You
harvesting
cannot,
people's
okay, there's a
familiar
thing.
clothes and
with
Okay,
hair.
listen.
so if we're talking about the Uyghurs in China, that's been going on for a very long time as well. Like this is not anything new. Like nothing changed in the last 5 or 10 years. Like this has been ongoing.
Honestly, I think that
It's
the
a
Honestly,
way
a
that the
lot has
nexus.
world
changed.
is.
A lot has changed,
Like
actually.
the
Everybody,
persecution of the
everybody,
Uyghurs
hold on,
have been going on for over
hold
a
on,
decade.
hold on,
Like organ harvesting
hold
has
on.
been going. All right.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I think the difference is these atrocities have never stopped happening, and it has always been this way. It's
Yeah.
just now we have access to the information, and we have decentralized media platforms like mine and yours. Uh, People don't have to go to CNN to get the news anymore, right? People have access to the information. We see the videos now. It's not just a letter somebody typed out in a newspaper and you have to read it and see one picture. You actually see what happened in transponded. The information is transferred instantaneously. So now we're actually, the veil has been lifted and we're actually seeing what's been happening all along. And that's why I believe we're in a huge major shift, because for the first time in the world we see everything. Now when we had TV, that was a big change, but it wasn't like it is now, because everything was controlled and centralized by one entity. Right now you have people like me that get up here and can have a show and we can talk about the news, we can talk about issues. We're from all areas all over the world sitting in a panel like we're sitting in one room together having a discussion like we're at the town square. That's the difference, is we're sitting in the pub having the political financial discussion, but it's not centralized to our local area, it's global now.
Yes, I could agree with that. I agree that social media brings a lot of this into the spotlight, and I think that's largely what it is.
Hey,
Because if
Raw
we
Dog,
look
thank you
at
for
the
the
actual
galaxy.
numbers
I want to take a
and the
moment
data,
just to reset the room real quick. We just got a galaxy. Thank you guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow all these wonderful people in the panel here, and special thank you to everyone that sent a gift. Don't forget to send in your heart me's, and don't forget to follow the show. Go ahead, run up. 2 galaxies. Holy crap, 2 galaxies. Nice. Thank you guys.
yes, I would say that like this has been ongoing for a very long time. Like what took place in Venezuela is not much different than what happened in Iraq and to what happened with in Libya and what happened in Panama.
So run up. After you saying what you've just said, do you agree with what's happened in them places? Do you think it was right the way them things were executed were right?
I would say,
Especially Iraq.
I would say, no country should dare challenge U.S. dollar supremacy.
You're
Okay, so
paid.
in
You're
that
paid.
respect, then hold
Did
on,
you
bro.
read that? Did you read that off of a script? Hold on.
No, I
Run
didn't
up.
It
read
was
it
like,
in the script.
hold on.
It's just
No one should. Sorry.
Run up. Look, my point that I'm trying to make to you, right, is the way things have escalated in terms of what's going on around the world. Normally, for example, in Iraq, the USA was sanctioned because they just come out of a war, right, and they couldn't go to war. So what did they do? They told Britain to go start the war with the 1% army, and then USA backed them up with 99%, right? You know, what would you call that? Would you say that was a good way to go about something?
I would say
Was that abiding by the regulations set by the United States as part of NATO and the world legal system? It had nothing to do with them. They made allegations, gone over there with no evidence, and come back with no evidence, and still you have not been extradited. So that's telling you something. So you could go run around do whatever you like. Okay, so now let's say Saudi Arabia, yeah, they decide one day we're gonna do what we want to do. We don't care about the dollar no more, right? And you and the countries go to war. There's World War III, and then Saudi comes out on top. Are you still going to be sitting there and saying the best man won, or are you going to be saying we should have won that?
Or are you going to be saying that nothing here is happening? This always happens.
No, I'm not saying nothing is happening. I'm just saying that it's not nothing new and that it's much better now than it was in the past. Like what's going on in Iran is not much different than what happened during the Arab Spring. When all these
You're not wrong.
Let
I
me
just
back
think
you
you're
up real
drawing the
quick,
wrong
Rhoda.
conclusions at your
no, because y'all are saying we're at
part
the
of
brink of World War
history.
III when like it's much more peaceful now.
I mean, if we take Greenland, right? The U.S. has basically said they're either going to make a deal or they're going to take it by force. Greenland is part of NATO. So if we leave NATO and we declare war on NATO, is that not World War III?
I mean, the U.S. is part of NATO.
Right, but if
But
we
the UK
take
are the
Greenland,
ones that set the regulations for NATO, and now they're breaking them regulations by breaking the peace treaty that was in NATO.
Right.
So they've gone back on their own word. So what's that going to make the rest of the countries think? Well, if they can do it to them and they're part of NATO, what's to stop us from being next?
So let's
know
talk
what's
about
gonna
NATO for
happen.
a second. NATO has only existed since after World War II. It's a short-term thing that has not been around for a long time. It is supported and funded by the U.S. Okay, so the U.S. basically runs NATO. If we decide to pull out of NATO, there is no NATO, and that is highly
Thank you, Oz.
That is highly likely to happen if we take Denmark and Canada or any of these other countries. Canada has no army. We are Canada's army, the United States. So we've literally been supporting and funding all these different countries where basically it seems like what's going on is we're saying, hey, if you can't take care of yourself and fund yourself, we're going to add a star.
Yeah, so I think this is just all rhetoric by Trump. Because we capture Maduro and we might install like a puppet regime, but what's going on is we're not colonizing Venezuela. Just like we're
Just
we're not going to colonize
we're not.
England or
Yeah, hold
Canada.
on.
We're
Did you
not.
hold on? Whoa. Did you not see the Department of Defense and JP Morgan Chase take over the like precious metal smelting market? Like, what do you mean
Yeah,
we're
but
not
the problem
taking
was
over?
Venezuela had shipped all their gold. Did you know before a certain person was kidnapped in his bed, they had moved all the precious minerals from Venezuela to another country through Russia's submarines. You're not
Oh,
going to hear about that.
1,000%. 1,000%. But you also know that if we take over, so I was in Ecuador, 2023, and I was going down the Amazon River, and China and the drug cartels of Ecuador are in cahoots with each other and have been mining gold there for over a decade in cahoots of this. Like, and if you have read, you need to read The Art of War that originates
Yes.
from the Japan from China.
So the Art of War
This
is
is
actually
their
one
long
of the
game.
books that I have in the knowledge
Yes.
section of my Discord. So like we have audiobooks in there for you to read to educate yourself. There's a whole knowledge section. So join the Discord, guys, and educate yourselves. But yes, the Art of War. Go on. Sorry.
No. So, no, it's true. So if you've read The Art of War and then you overlap that and you overlay it with what China has been doing, you see that they're following that to a T and they're executing on it to scary
100%.
precision.
100%.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what people don't understand, right, is they're not doing it by choice. They're being forced to do it.
Yeah, so we might exert economic and political influence on our hemisphere, but we're not colonizing these countries.
Maybe not.
No,
Hold
but you're
on.
imposing
Not
taxes
yet.
on them.
Hold on,
Not yet.
Everybody,
Just
let me
wait.
say something. All right. I've been holding back on this one, and perfect segue into this. Okay. So listen, this is how I know we're going into World War III. Okay.
We're not.
Hold on. This is how I know, me personally. And like we all have our bias, but I'm looking at facts, okay, that point in a certain direction, and we understand the past to predict the future, right? Okay. In 2020, when inflation skyrocketed, they started tapping into the US's oil reserves. And for the last several years, we have not had enough oil to go to war. And the fact that we put Venezuela on the top of our list and took them out, okay, and changed the regime, and it was over oil because we had to replenish those oil reserves. We've taken over oil tankers from Russia. We've taken over oil tankers from Venezuela. Why is that? Because we are replenishing our oil reserves in order to go to war. That's what those reserves are for. Okay? We were literally sitting ducks where we had boats and planes and all this infrastructure that we can't power because we don't have the fuel to do it. Well, now we
have plenty fuel. We have plenty oil in the U.S.
You think gas prices are high now? If we would have went to war before we had oil reserves, what the price of gas would be if we had to send out our entire Air Force and Navy to go to World War III? You think the price of gas is high now? We have plenty of fuel to run our country. Hold on. We have plenty of fuel to rule our run our
We have
country.
an abundance of oil and natural gas.
Not sustainably.
Plenty to go to war.
Not if we're at war, buddy.
That's just a ridiculous.
Let me just point out a fact. Right, the period that you're talking about, right, is the same time when the Northern Pipeline was split in two. Yeah. Now, what you got to understand, the USA sold their gold to make a quick profit because they know at some point they're going to be able to buy that oil a lot cheaper, right? And that's exactly what they done. They sold the oil, then they blew up the pipeline, so the Europe was dependent on USA oil. They sold them oil at 3 times the price, and now they replenished it with all these things they're capturing for free.
Exactly.
That's what's
No,
going on.
no, but the thing is, we have
That's
so
because
much
we're
oil
preparing to
that
go to
we
war.
export our oil.
Well,
That's
the
our
reason
Hold
why
on.
you
I want to.
export
I want to
oil
say
and natural
something really
gas,
quick.
which is
Everyone reel it in
I
real
just
quick.
want to say something real
Everyone
quick.
reel it in. Bellstar, take the floor. Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I want to remind you that you are all technically right. We all have very good, valid opinions. I want to remind you that when OPEC was formed, we capped off all of our oil wells in Texas and Arkansas and all over the United States and the Gulf because we would have had to build so many more refineries and so much more infrastructure in the United States. And plus, it's a military strategic move to deplete your enemy's oil when you can get it cheaper from them than you can here at home. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. We have plenty of oil here. We just don't have enough refineries.
Our oil is too
No,
light.
the problem with American oil is it's dirty oil, it's heavy oil. It takes twice as much money to refine.
Yes, and that's
all
why
the
we're
oil.
getting it from other places because
Well, the thing is,
they have
Russia
better
oil
crude.
in Venezuela is even worse.
So the fact of the matter is, and what I was saying is this is an indicator, right? We watch the charts and we use indicators to try to determine where things are going. The indicator that tells me that we are going into a hot war, or at least preparing for it, is the fact that we are replenishing our oil reserves and we are depleting our adversaries. That's the main.
We're not depleting our adversaries. Trump made it clear that he's willing to sell the Venezuelan oil to both Russia and China.
Right.
That's depleting them though, because you're usurping the deal that they originally had via Venezuela that they were using as a proxy. It's important that we took over Venezuela because
that was
Russia and Japan were
No,
using
you're
it,
not
or not
understanding
Japan,
the
and
importance
China
of
were
Venezuela.
using it as a proxy. They were using Venezuela
That's
as a
true, Brooke.
proxy.
It is.
And
You're
here's the
totally
thing.
right.
Here's where I hold on. Here's where I also know, and here's where I suspect that we are about to redraw regional lines. And here's why I think we actually might be about to colonize South America, which I cannot believe I'm actually saying. Okay? Because look, why else would our NFL, the National Football League of the United States of America, two United States teams go and play an NFL football game in Brazil? So here's what I think is happening. We are exporting our culture in a way, and it always has been, but in a way that when these lines are redrawn in this shift, their culture is our culture, right? They already play
homogenizing
NFL games here.
The corporations are homogenizing the world. That's what we're seeing.
Yes.
And it's
Here's
not
the thing.
just
Here's the thing. I'm not hold on. I'm not a football fan. I don't follow the NFL. I don't follow any. And so when I walked into my living room and my husband and my son, who also plays football, which I'm like, ooh, go sports. I don't know a thing about football, okay? And I look on my screen and I go, wait, this is in Brazil? Aren't those two US teams? And then the next advertisement that I see is Mr. Beast. And then the next advertisement I see is for a movie called Tron. And then I'm like, is anyone else see where this whole, like, we're all going to either we are, one or two things are about to happen. Lines are about to be drawn, and two financial systems are going to rise out of the other end of what's about to come. Or one homogenous winner will be homogenous but one will take it all.
It'll be the
We are at
corporation.
that paradigm.
Right. Can I
Or
just
it
add
could just be
something?
the NFL wants to expand their audience. Because they don't only go
Exactly.
to Brazil,
Because
they go to
when,
other
but here's the
countries too,
thing.
and they're a business.
Exactly. So when they start erasing those lines, it doesn't matter because culturally we've crossed over and we have shared things.
You know,
I
This
one
mean,
is
thing.
very, so like I'm crossing multiple different disciplines, run up. This is called sociology and how to take over a hemisphere.
no,
Right.
that's
Catch up.
what you're talking about is globalism.
Well,
Let
let
me
me
just say something
let
now,
me just
yeah?
say.
You were
Hold
talking...
on, Starks, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then you can have the floor here. Okay.
Oz, can you adjust your mic volume just a little bit? The panel seems to be a little bit louder than you.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Oh, let me fix this real quick. There. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay. So.
bit more.
Bit more. All right.
A bit more.
How's that sound? Is that better?
A lot
Good.
better. A lot better.
Okay. So, shit. What were we talking about? So, golly, you guys threw me off. Damn it. We were talking about
Colonialism and oil.
right. Okay. Here it is. Okay. So we can all agree that we are having a global financial shift, right? Pretty much. Run up. Can you agree with that?
Run up can't.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
Okay.
well,
Can we
define it.
agree that there are tariffs being implemented by the United States globally?
Yeah, but this isn't anything new.
Right. But
This is
let me
just
just
to
say
address.
something. Can we agree on that? I'm trying to see what we can agree on, right? Okay. Okay. So if there are global implementations of tariffs across the entire world by the world superpower, the United States.
Yeah, but we've always had tariffs on other countries,
Right,
just not
but
at
what
these
we're
high
seeing,
rates.
hold on, but what we're seeing happen because of that are new trade routes being drawn up. We're
Yep.
seeing new border lines come, and what we're seeing is a global shift, not just financially, just completely. The entire everything is resetting, and they're literally calling it the Great Reset. It is happening. Everything is resetting and changing. All right. Hold on. If we look at history, right? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme, okay? If we look at history and we go back and we see anytime there has been a global shift, it has always resulted in war. Period. So if we are having a global shift, we are going to war. It is going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Who was next? You know what? I want to welcome Chillwell and Francesca to the panel. Welcome, you two. Glad to have you guys. Did you guys have anything to say or add to this? Otherwise, I'll leave the floor to Starks, I believe was next. All right. Sounds like you're next, Starks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, regarding what's going on with Venezuela, yeah, we were on that topic and we're trying to make this comment and we've gone to a next topic now as well. But going back to that topic, Venezuela was very important to the United States for two reasons. One, they needed the oil. Two, right, if you remember about 12
You don't need the
months
oil.
No, let me explain. Let me explain, bro.
I will argue.
Give me a sec. Right? Now, the second thing is about 12 months ago.
The refineries, not the oil.
12 months ago, the US tried to buy the China docks in the Panama Canal, and China intervened, saying that it's government property and it's not for sale. So they couldn't get China out that way, so they've had to take over Venezuela so they can take over the docks or use them to their own benefit. Them docks were the key thing in this whole takeover. It had a little bit to do with the oil, but it's mainly to do with them docks. And it started about a year and a half ago when USA wanted to buy them docks from China. from a company in China. So that's why you're seeing Venezuela happen to Venezuela the way it has. Now
Sarge, you do
China has
realize
to
that
deal
the
with
U.S.
USA.
was in Venezuela.
Yeah, I don't think it has.
Hold on.
anything to
What
do-
did you say, Francesca?
The U.S. used to be in Venezuela. Those oil companies used to be there.
ExxonMobil.
This is nothing new under the sun. That's where they used to refine their oil. The Chevron, the BP, all of them.
Yeah,
And they left because they were getting a shit deal.
The
And the
problem
other
was that
thing is,
China
wait, I'm not
using-
finished. Please let me land my plane.
Sure.
The other thing is that the Venezuelan people were getting screwed by Russia and China on those oil deals. So this is not just a United States play, it's also for the Venezuelan people. They are going to get a new person in charge, someone possibly they actually put in place, not somebody who just took over.
No, Trump already says he's going to put one of his people in play over there, so...
Well, that might be a temporary stay until the Venezuelan people are able to put one of their own in place. But if you want to talk puppet government, we can talk
I
about
sent you,
Obama in Libya.
Just a second, everyone. CCS, I sent you a request to come up on the panel if you'd like to debate. Sounds like Brooke wants to debate you. So if you'd like to come up and say what you have to say. We need to normalize
I said for months that, yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry.
We need to normalize not hating each other for having a difference of opinions. A healthy debate is a good thing to have.
What am I coming up here and debating? Let's make sure we're on the same topic though.
You tell me what front do you want to debate?
No. No, wait, if you go back and just read the comments, you laughed at Run Up. You laughed at him, correct?
I mean, it's fine.
So defend. So yes, I did.
No, I know,
defend
Run Up.
because
I'm
I think it's hilarious.
Okay, so no, hold on.
Yes,
Hold
I
on,
did laugh
no.
at it because
Hold
I.
on. That's
No,
where it's weird, because
Let me
there you
stand
go.
on it. No.
Hold on. Let me stand on it. Let me explain.
I'll stand on it.
It was my territory. No. I'm gonna be like you. I'm gonna be like you. I'm gonna keep talking.
No. You're a narcissist.
All right,
go back under your bridge.
All right. I tried.
Oh, Evans, you invite the angry man up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
Very angry man.
Like what took place in Venezuela has less to do with oil than it had to do with the petrodollar. Because Venezuela was talking about, or Maduro was talking about, selling their oil. I forgot to going away from the petrodollar and selling their oil in another currency. I don't know which currency it was, whether it was the ruble or the yuan, one of the two. But I think that's the reason why we had to step in, and it probably was the yuan because we did capture Maduro when they the Chinese special envoy to Venezuela.
I just want to take a second here and address to the chat. I will give anyone a platform to speak. If you want to, whatever, you say your piece or whatever, but if you come on to my live and you're just going to make noise and nonsense, you're gone. Sorry, that's just what it is. I tried to give him the opportunity to speak, and all I heard was, no. We're not going to be doing that here, okay? So, just is what it is, but have respect for each other. And Brooke, try to let him speak, all right?
He just wants a debate. He doesn't want a fair one. And yes, Run Up, I did laugh at you. And because it's obvious, like it's obvious. And here's the thing. It is very, yes, and I will stand on it. I did laugh because historically, looking back, macroeconomics wise, the patterns are extremely clear to me. That's fine. That it is amusing and it is comical to me that people don't see it, and I'm fine with that. Now, here's the difference. He wants to stay in the comments and troll it, and then when he comes in here, he doesn't want to hear me out. And then whenever I say I will stand on it, I will tell you why. Now tell me. Now defend why what I will defend why I laughed. I will defend my facts. I have them. Come up here and discuss them with me, or stay down in the like underneath your bridge, troll. Seriously, it's clear what you're trying to do. It's not cool, and I'm done with it. Narcissists like you will not have your say with me. So stay under your freaking bridge. Understand?
All right, let's move on. So we're talking about oil, macroeconomics. Let's keep it on topic.
Yeah, and I
go ahead.
Yeah, I could agree that precious metals rise during times of geopolitical uncertainty and also during times of currency debasement and inflation. But is that a guarantee sign that we will enter some type of war? I would say not necessarily. But like I could see the correlation and like it does make sense.
Yeah.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Generally, gold and silver goes up when war starts or has started, not before.
Dolo David, welcome to the panel, bro.
Yo, what's good? How's everybody doing? So, the Pentagon just basically printed or withdrew, got about $1 billion from the Federal Reserve. What was it, a few days ago? So usually when they do things
too.
Yes. So usually when they do something like this, that's in preparation for some type of small WAR or some type of altercation to go on from a retaliating country. So I wouldn't completely leave that out of the conversation. That is definitely a high possibility something could happen. Now I wouldn't say it would be devastating to points of which we would have some type of ripple effects from it, besides possibly the market going down for a bit. But I do want to keep that in mind, that the Pentagon did just do that. So they typically only do that when something is about to happen.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I see, I see the writing on the wall that we are, honestly, I think we're already in World War III. These are just the pre-steps that add up to it, like I said earlier, the history books will write about World War III, and all this will be a part of it.
You know that W word, you gotta use TikTok friendly. You gotta spell it out or something. They'll crash live for that.
I don't care. I'm at this point where, honestly, TikTok has changed a lot too with the algorithm and stuff, because it's in the US. I'm not really too worried about TikTok anymore because we are multi-streaming on multiple platforms. So if TikTok gets crashed, then I'll see y'all on YouTube or Twitch or Abstract.
Hey guys, I'd just like to point out on the subject of TikTok, right? If you haven't already guessed it, I'm Asian by origin, and I've got friends in Palestine and in Iran, and these guys used to broadcast like what's going on, and I used to watch their lives. Their lives don't come up no more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the U.S. has an agenda, for sure. But
it's
that
not
was
the U.S. It's not the U.S.
Maybe it's China. Whoever has control obviously has an agenda. That I'm fed up with TT. We love TikTok Shop.
Who took over TikTok in the last 6 months when the algorithm changed?
Oracle, right?
Yes, and who's Oracle? Where does Oracle originate from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Have a look. I'm not going to tell you yet. That's something for you to work out yourself, yeah? And then you'll understand why all of these things are happening.
Is it the juice box?
AI, isn't it?
The juice box emoji?
think Sam Altman has something to do with that, right?
Yeah, TikTok seller
Let's just
says
say
it's in
it
the chat.
begins with I. It begins with I.
Yeah, the juice box.
Yeah.
Juice box emoji.
But I mean, look, we're seeing this. I used to come on live. I used to have 50, 60 people on my live, yeah? Ever since this scenario took place about 6 months ago, I've stopped going live because every time I'm coming up, I'm getting violations. I'm getting shadow banned all the time. And I've just had enough with it. That's why I come on to other people. I'm more than happy to discuss my information and whatnot. But, I'm not going to try and set up a social media to promote what I know and stuff because it's just not going to work.
Yeah. I'm probably going
What's
to
up,
be
y'all?
getting off here. Hey, AI, it's good to see you.
Hey,
I'm
Brooke,
probably going to be
Hey,
getting
Brooke,
off
how you
here in
doing?
a
Brooke,
few.
and I appreciate
How you
having
doing, sweetheart? Everybody, hello. I'm just
Brooke,
stepping
so,
in
hold
to
on real
agree
quick.
with Muhammad real quick and say that
Let
I
me
don't
let me
care about
reset the
being
room
banned
real
at
quick
all.
before you go.
So
Brooke, thank you for coming up. You're always welcome here, and I appreciate the push and pull that we have. You're always welcome. And
Sorry for getting fiery. It's just a
it
that's a
happens.
long time thing, and it's one of those things. I'm fine with debate. I love debate.
Me too.
I love it, and I can stand on it. But there's productive debate, and then there's not productive debate. There's people who are committed to misunderstanding you, and that's what I'm not here for. So I love debate because people learn. It's just the intention behind it, and so I do call out intention. But other than that, thank you. I'm sorry, I get hot now,
If you
and
don't mind me asking,
yeah, go for it.
what was the debate topic? What was it about?
I laughed at Run Up because Run Up and I talk about macro econ all the time. And we both agree on so much. He's like, yeah, but that is happening. And so I attribute it to a much bigger shift that's happening in history and for us. And
Yeah.
Run Up takes the position that nothing interesting has happened and these things always happen. And so there's nothing special about this time where I firmly believe everything that we're seeing is a shift in the things that we're feeling it because and I study history, so I draw on history and macroeconomics and cycles to understand where we're at today. And I know it's not a one-for-one comparison because it's so different, but yet there is nothing new under the sun. It's the same thing, just to a different extent.
Brooke, have you heard of the fourth turning?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny because my first interaction with Run Up, it was the same type of debate. I was like, hey, none of this stuff is random, man. This is just some run of the mill stuff. This is a big thing going on. So
you want to talk about hopium? You want to talk about hopium? Run Up is the biggest hopium for the status quo that I know.
Run Up has the most optimism ever.
The first thing he said to me was, what are you going to do if this doesn't work out? I was like, what the fuck? I'm going to carry on with my life.
Run Up, by the way, I have a folder. Run Up, I have a folder that I've been accumulating, and it has all of the recent random acts of violence on people to counter your debate on how things are super great right now.
Well,
I'm not saying it's great now. I'm just saying that it's much better than before.
I don't. Again, I would counter that argument.
We had the biggest single year drop.
I love I love this shift. I love going through this shift with air conditioning. You're right. Like we're all.
Let me just say something.
That's good. That's
and
a good
I
one.
kind of said this before. Okay, is that the difference is we know it's happening. It's always been happening. Run Up is right. It's business as usual. This is all the same shit that always happens. It's just we're informed of it. The difference is now that we're informed of it, things are changing because we actually get that information. That's why I think a shift is actually finally happening, a huge shift, because it's not just happening in the background, it's being broadcasted on your phone that sits in your back pocket and you have instant access to it. That's the difference.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Oz.
You're both
Have
right.
you guys
You're
heard about
both
the
right.
regulation?
It's just more visible now.
Yeah.
Run up. I appreciate
and
it
that's
because
why
I can have these discussions. I say this. I just before I get off, I just want to say I really appreciate Run Up because he is so optimistic. And I'm going like, oh my
Nah,
gosh.
I'm just looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
If I want to say, Brooke is super smart and knowledgeable, and she does make some excellent points, it's just sometimes we might not agree on the conclusions.
So you basically run up. You don't believe in the whole 2030 theory of you'll own nothing and be happy. You're not really a proponent of that.
The Great Reset, Agenda 31.
I don't know. He said a few things about UBI and stuff and smart cities where I think he's a little closer to that thought than we might give him credit for.
He's in denial. That's the first stage.
He's waking up slowly but surely. The vaccine's wearing off, is what I call
it. That's a sore topic. Don't bring that one up.
Are great, and that
here we go.
mRNA vaccines are a major breakthrough.
Absolutely
like we were able
not.
to eradicate
the creator of
polio,
them, the creator of them himself,
like we were
said not to get injected by them. But I was gonna say, is there a possibility, right, to what Oz was saying about the Great Awakening aspect and what kind of Run Up was saying about the visibility aspect? If they're all connected to what Muhammad was saying about that problematic little country out there in the Middle East, right? Because I think part of the aspect that we're all seeing now, the visibility, right? They had conferences on this. I have no problem getting bananaed on this for whatever I say now because I'm rarely on here anymore, but I'll talk in code so I don't affect Oz's stream or anything like that. But the reality is like about visibility, about their growing number of people that are leaving their victimizing headspace, this mentality, right, and are kind of shifting to what we're seeing now is almost like an America first, or specific countries first, versus giving all of this support and funding and aspects of that. And a lot of the tech companies, right, are owned conglomerates. In the industry stuff is owned and operated kind of in their sector, and they're this is notable, this is quotable by their own mouths as well. And I'm kind of wondering, is that part of the shift of this Great Awakening? We're all kind of seeing that there's a lot less differences in not only color but culturism, in all of these noble aspects, and we're kind of all realizing like who is kind of putting us against each other a lot of the time, and especially behind the scenes. That'd be my 2 cents on this. I wonder if they're all kind of hand in hand.
I feel like everyone's right. I think everyone is right. It's just we're not zoomed out and looking at the full picture of it. So it seems like we're bifurcated when we're really not.
Yeah, I mean, the world is more unified now than ever before.
Yeah, but the problem is, Run Up, everything's a department. You go to the sales team and you ask for technical support. They're going to send you to another department. They're not going to say, we can help you with that. They're going to send you to another department. And the other department never knows what the first department does. And the first department doesn't know exactly what the second department does. And that's the problem. Nothing is unified in the business sense, but we're trying to claim it as unified in a government sense, and that don't make sense because you've got corporations like the 3-letter people, right, that are doing things behind the scene.
I believe that the government is compartmentalized, but the corporations are all on the same page. And the corporations are the real ones doing the conducting and the manipulation of everything. And we can talk about certain individuals, the juice boxes, being in control, but, it's the juice boxes control a lot of the corporations, but they're all working together in unison. It's all one big orchestrated plan. It's one of two things. It's either just completely random, or it's all perfectly orchestrated. And I would say that Occam's razor would suggest that it's not orchestrated, that it's just randomly happening.
I would say that Stanley Kubrick would say that it's orchestrated.
and real quick, to kind of piggyback off of you saying like everybody's kind of having to go to their homeland. You know, I'm not a Christian per se, but I do like to, you know, look into the Bible for like it has a good reference points, things of that nature. And in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 8 through 9, it does specifically state like God will collect all the people from each end of the world and from Israel, and they'll all be sent back to their homelands on a decent trip back on the waters. And so it basically does state like before the shift, something of this line along this lines of people having to go back to, you know, their designated homeland would take place. So I do find that interesting.
Not only that, man. In the book of Revelations, it also says about, you know, the kind of talks of of global conflicts and stuff like that. It also says, I forget in which book it does mention this, but that the juice boxes of this current time aren't the exact lineage from their time. They came from Abraham or you know, there's a distinction between, you know, who they were then and who they are now, not only in religion down to the manuscripts, but in their ideology with where they move forward from that. So I think that's what's an interesting distinction as well. Like, this is not the same biblical references, because this entire culture, which again is more like a corporation, like kind of what Oz is saying, like they're more of like an industry almost, but like it's vastly different than what they're claiming to be trying to protect.
And to all the hold on real quick. And to all the non-believers, the people that don't believe in the Bible that are here listening to this, one thing that you have to understand is that you may not believe in these things, but there are people and men with power who do believe it, and they are making choices and decisions that influence the entire world based upon that book. So whether it's real or not, it's still affecting everything that's happening right now. It's like a blueprint.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I always say that.
Can I just add something quickly?
I always kind of say that, like.
Let me just reset the room real quick. Let me reset the room. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Join the Discord link in my bio. Become a super fan, become a subscriber with your subscription. You can get one-on-one coaching with me and with the super fan as well. I do all that through the Discord. I also teach technical analysis, macroeconomics, and strategy or trading strategy class as well. Crypto Rap, what's up? Welcome to the discussion. Glad to have you, brother. How you doing?
I'm so fucking busy today, bro. I'm so busy. There's not enough hours in the day right now, but I'm doing well besides that.
Hey, glad to have you, bro. I don't know if you had anything to talk about on the subject or not. If not, you can just sit in the panel, whatever.
I just came to show up pretty much, but God is good every day. God bless you all. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just working on this picture of a fucking anime girl right now.
Nice. Dude, I got an anime coin I want to work on with you, bro. I got a good one.
I bet. Hell yeah.
All right. Back to the subject. We were talking about whether you believe in the Bible or not.
I think Muhammad was trying to get a word in too at the end there.
Yeah, what's up, Muhammad? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, you were mentioning. I mean, I'm Muslim, right? You know, and you guys are talking about the Bible, and guess what? The same stuff's written in my Bible as well. So,
exactly.
Touche. Now, the other part is for the people that don't believe that this is religious implications in what's going on around the world at the moment. I suggest you search red heifers.
Yes.
I'm sure you've heard on the news something about red heifers, right?
Yeah.
And if you do the research, you'll see who's behind it and what they're planning to do.
And you know what's crazy is for like what has been like 1,000 years, there's been, Jewish and Muslim farmers that have been raising heifers just to raise the red heifer. Just to
Well,
find it.
they had, I believe, about 7 months ago, they had 2 red heifers imported from United States.
Yeah, from Texas. They spent millions on them too.
Wait, hold on.
It's real
What is a
freaky.
red heifer? I'm sorry. What's a red heifer?
It's a sacrificial entity for them at a certain. I don't want to butcher it, but it's in an unsavory context. They're gonna sacrifice it.
It's a cow. Sacrifice 10 red cows of no blemish or disabilities or anything. They have to be perfect. They're going to do 10 on holy Islamic ground before the prophecy of the Antichrist comes about. And this is not the jukebox that's the problem. It's the other Z box that's the problem.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that, right? What I'm finding, like the correlation currently, I'm seeing it here in fucking Oklahoma, right? But we have like Christians and people in the Bible Belt area. They're very focused in the news. They're very focused in the headlines. They're propping up this Minnesota stuff. They're very much focusing on the fact and the differences between Islamic and Christian. When in fact, I mean, there are differences, don't get me wrong, and everyone's entitled to their beliefs, but I will say there is more correlation or there's more things that are closer together in the two than there are differences. There are some fundamental differences, I will say that.
What the funny thing is, AI? Right, the Bible and the Quran, yeah, if you go by the classic Old Testament that's locked away in the Vatican, yeah, it's almost identical to the Quran.
They are very similar.
The newer ones that were made after, where things have been changed, the verses have been taken out, verses have been put in, they're the ones that have got a problem.
And
Now, outside of that, though, right, the whole connection though that I'm seeing is that they're highlighting that to kind of distract you from the macro issues, right? The actual tensions, the genocide, the raiding of this era, the not release of like they're doing things
for the raids. That's
well, now it's coming out that people in the IDF have been found that they are members of ISIS, like high-ranking member official, like they're connected in every kind of way. So when you have people that are not only controlling the money, calling the shots, sparking the ignition between the feuds, and they're members of both sides, but they're still telling you to like turn around and fight your neighbor. Like that's the part where I'm like, I think that awakening aspect is coming a lot quicker because we're all realizing like, this is fucking stupid. We're tired of the violence. Yeah. We're tired of all of the stuff, and we're coming together in a like what Run Up was saying, with more visibility, with more transparency. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Sorry, host, real quick, because I like the conversation. You might want to tell your listeners to spam F1 in the comments so it doesn't get crashed.
F1 in the comments. I think we're good. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it. One thing I do want to say though, all of us here, we come from different beliefs, different backgrounds, but we can all agree that there are similarities in these writings and texts that are ancient. And, I feel like over time, things are lost in translation. Obviously, the Bible was originally written in Aramaic. You can't even understand what it says unless you can speak Greek and Aramaic. In the Quran, you need to be, it's Aramaic as well, I believe. There's something that's been lost in translation there that we don't quite understand. And then there's also the fact that, there is, over time, there has been adding to and removing from these ancient texts. So we don't have a clear picture biblically. And so we can, sit here and fight back and forth of this and that and whatever. But what we can do is we can come together on the similarities, and we can see that there's obviously something at play here, whether it's, like I said, whether you believe it or not. There are people that do, and coming together and seeing those similarities and seeing that it's all pointing in the same direction can help you to have a better picture of what's to come. And so anyone here that is religious or biblical or spiritual in any way, that has read the Bible or read the Quran or read the Tanakh or the Torah, I've actually read all of them. And, there are a lot of things that line up. And I think if we focus on those things, we can actually see the direction we're headed. Anyone?
I always find it interesting because we kind of tend to blame damn near everything on the Jewish people or whatever, I would say. But with that, wouldn't we suspect that they would have gotten their hands onto those books, kind of manipulated them? Well, I always kind of keep that in the back of my mind. Like, if that's true, then why would, the other stories also not be conflated already?
Yeah, we can't be so dogmatic when it comes to religion. I don't go to church, but I'm educated in, theology and multiple theologies, not just, Christianity, and so on and so forth. Like I want to know the information that's out there. But like, we were saying is that, there's obviously something, these are thousands of years old, this information that we have, and we're seeing it kind of play out. The question we should be asking ourselves is it playing out because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or is it playing out because it's real, right? I lean towards the fact that I think it's real. I think things are happening. And maybe that comes from a sense of fear that I don't want to be left out, or I don't want to be wrong, because the consequences for being wrong seem like they're pretty drastic. At the same time, what do you believe nowadays? There's just so much out there. What do you
I got
do?
a question for you, Oz.
Yeah.
What was the devil's biggest accomplishment?
Accomplishment?
Yeah. What was his biggest accomplishment?
I'm stumped.
He gave Eve the apple.
I know what it is.
No.
Let me say it, because I think I know what it is.
His biggest... Go on then.
His biggest accomplishment, it was getting the world to believe that God wasn't real, or that he wasn't real.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 100%.
Right.
And,
Now,
and look, two people from two different religious backgrounds can agree on that.
Yeah, well, look, here's the thing now, yeah? If we look what's going on there, and now we have a look at what's going on in government and everything else, it all falls under the same category. For example, we have the president and everyone that are supposed to be in control, but there are other entities behind the scenes that we never see, we don't know exist, exactly the same way as what's been prophesied for the best accomplishment. So you gotta understand, like, okay, so if the Bible's saying this, how does this correlate with the real world? And a lot of people can't see the correlation, but if you look into it deep enough, you see the correlation. And once you see the correlation, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. And I would say the consensus in the chat, most of the people have some type of agreement or knowledge that these things are happening. Whether they're real or not, they're happening. And basically these biblical texts, I'm trying to use proper language because this is a unbiased thing, because we all come from different backgrounds and beliefs. But you know, we're seeing things play out. We're seeing things happen, and it's the playbook, right? Me, I whether like and I can't say this enough. Whether you believe it to be true or not, you need to understand the fact that these things are happening, whether you like it or not. Whether it's based on the fact that they're real or it's correlation equals causation.
Hey, I've got a question for you. I've got another question for you. Well, everyone here, has anyone seen the original Ghostbusters movie?
Absolutely.
Yeah, with Dan Aykroyd and what's his name, the other guy?
Bill Murray. I actually met Bill Murray at
Bill Murray, yeah.
I met Bill Murray and Stevie Wonder and Santana. We were hanging out backstage at Crypto Arena.
Ah, nice. Right, anyway, the point of why I'm mentioning this film, right, is when the ghosts first start appearing, right, they have a device that gives them a PK reading of how much ghost entities there is in the world, right? And they go into the library and they come in front of a ghost and it goes off the charts, yeah, and the both things go standing up, yeah, they get scared, they run out. Later on in the movie, they're talking about the same energy, right? And he goes, imagine that energy was the size of a Twinkie, but now that Twinkie is the size of a bus, right? And he's trying to explain how fast the supernatural things are occurring now compared to what they were a few months ago.
It's an accelerated timeline.
It compounds, and that's exactly what we're seeing now.
And
right?
I think that's the correlation.
What's going on around the world, an accelerated time frame.
And I think that's the correlation with AI. AI exponentially is speeding all of these things up. And you know, in the Revelation, it says that you'll know the end times because knowledge will be God, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it basically says that knowledge will be exponential or whatever. I can't quote it here, but
yeah, even if you think about it astrologically, you know, we just got out of the year of Aquarius, right? And now we're so with that, it's supposedly supposed to be a spiritual awakening. People are having more debates. Just basically, if you look into what the astrological meaning of the year of Pisces, it kind of lines up with what's being talked about right now.
And you know what? For all the naysayers and non-believers out there, there's definitely something happening out there that can't be explained, because I have seen with my own two eyes. We've been so we had the Down the Rabbit Hole show. We were doing some ghost hunting. I have like a spirit box right here. And I'm going to post that video. I keep saying that I'm going to do it. We got hard. Like, I've seen the Ghost Hunters stuff on Netflix or whatever. It's never, I'm always like, nah, that's trash. I'm not going for it. Right. We got hard evidence with this one. Okay. And I've seen, there's a lot of activity here at this compound that we have here. I've literally seen things get thrown across the room. I've seen entities and things. This place was built in the 1940s. There's activity. Something exists beyond our understanding and comprehension.
I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you. I haven't experienced it myself, but I know what you're talking about, and I can explain it to you.
And like I said, this is a fact-based show. I have no reason to lie to you guys. I'm here to give you the facts. If you join the Discord, I'll post the Spirit Box video in the Discord. And but I'm telling you right now, I've seen it with my own two eyes. It's real.
If I say to you, right, how many beings are living, how many entities are on Earth, what would your answer be?
Entities? Gosh, I would say
They're
it's
like
innumerable.
humans and so forth. Like, you know, you got humans. Is there another entity like humans?
Like humans? I mean, yeah, there. I believe you want to jump down the rabbit hole with me, man. You got to get in the Discord. We have down the rabbit hole section where we debate and talk about all these things. Join the Discord link in my bio, guys. But honestly, I think that there are multiple entities, if not innumerable.
What's up, Oz? I don't want to cut you off here,
B-Row,
Starks.
I'm
but
sorry,
I
I
just wanted
forgot
to say what's up.
I forgot to introduce you, man. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I've been trying to figure out where to put myself in this conversation because, you know, sometimes I say too much. So, you know, you guys are running from religion over to ghosts, and which all wraps around in the same thing. I believe it's all energy with multiple dimension. That's where I kind of land with it. With religion, circle back to that.
Close.
I don't
Close.
practice, I don't preach, I don't anything, because the most people we've lost in the world over how many thousands of years are what? Because of beliefs. And that's still happening right now. Why don't you just believe in people and be a good person? Why do you have to believe in a written scripture that could have been written over and over and over again to lean one way? Just be a good person to everybody. That's just like politics. It's just like everything. It's hard for me to get on board with that side of things when that's the biggest beef in the world, right?
Yeah. And I think what we need to understand. Hold on. I think what we need to understand here is the Bible, religion, ghost, paranormal activity, all of it, science, it all kind of it all correlates together. It's all connected in a certain way. And what we are doing is we are trying to put names and labels on things that we don't understand or know what they are or can even begin to fathom with our brains. And we're too busy focused on arguing over the names of things than acknowledging the fact that something is there, that we do exist, that it does exist. And we're getting too caught up on, oh, I know what's right, or I know what's right because I read this or I did that. The fact of the matter is there's obviously something, and we can agree on that. And those of you that can't agree on it because you've never experienced that, I would ask you to speak to God or whatever you want to call its name, God, Allah, Jesus, Yeshua, Yahweh. Pick your name. Quit arguing over the names of these things. They're just a definition we gave to something that we don't understand. But I would ask for you to pray or talk to that voice inside your head or whatever the definition is that you call it, and ask it to reveal itself to you, and it will. That's how I have been able to have the encounters that I've had.
Can I just say my 2 cents worth now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first question then. Yeah, we were talking about how many entities. There's 2 types of entities on this planet. There's humans and then there's jinn. Right? Now, how do we know there's 2? Because the devil, where did he come from? He was a jinn. He was God's favorite at one point, right? And if you look at his origin, they were here before humans were here, right? So we've got 2 entities we're not supposed to mix, but some of the entities, they like to cross over and cause problems, and that's what we refer to as ghosts and possessions.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we just are focused too much on the name, and
yeah,
we're giving the same things different names, and that's all we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know the origin of these things as well, because we see phenomenal things on TV and AI stuff and whatnot, yeah, right? But these days, you can't tell what's real and what's not.
Yeah. And especially with AI now, we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and that falls under the same category as best accomplishment. He don't exist.
I think that's the easy cop-out answer, that it doesn't exist. Just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Have you?
No, I meant like the devil's accomplishment was best accomplishment was to convince the world that he don't exist.
Yes, and I think
right,
you're
and
right.
now in AI we're seeing the same thing because we can't tell reality between unreality, virtual reality. So again, you're falling that into that category where does it exist or doesn't it exist?
Yeah, and if you really think about it, like with AI and the stuff that's coming out, right? It's actually AI has been used in the court and deemed as valid evidence. So that's a scary time we live in, where you can literally post, and this was a big deal. This was the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The image that was used to basically exonerate him was an AI image. Now, it was AI enhanced, but it wasn't the raw image. And that's the issue, is an AI enhanced image should not have been able to be admissible in court. However, it was, and therefore we have set the groundwork of basically AI imaging being used in court. And also we're seeing it in political campaigns. We saw what's his name? The guy in Florida when he was running for president. What's his name? Somebody help me out in the chat. Chat, help me out. Who was the guy that was running for president? The governor of Florida?
DeSantis?
John DeSantis used AI images of Donald Trump hugging and kissing Fauci. And, that was permittable. And it was even put like there, it wasn't like they used it and put it out as though, oh, this is fake imaging AI. No, they used deceptive wording to make it seem like it actually happened. And even if it didn't happen, there are a bunch of little old ladies, people out there that see that, and they don't even know. I mean, literally, there are so many people that do not, they don't notice what's AI. I mean, look at the Goat Tribe album. We've been listening here. This is AI. You can't tell.
This is a problem. This is a problem now, and over in the UK now, you're talking about AI and stuff and whatnot. Over in the UK, they want to ban Twitter.
Yeah,
not Twitter, X.
Yeah, because it's a free speech platform-ish.
Yes.
Yeah, especially the UK. The UK, man, is becoming dystopian much faster than the US. I would say the US is definitely becoming dystopian. I think the entire world is becoming dystopian. And that's what we're saying. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. They want to have control of your money and how you spend it and where you can spend it and what you can spend it on. We are marching in lockstep. I wouldn't even say marching. We are running full speed towards full control and manipulation over everything. And everyone is just cheering it on because they want their bags to pump, or they want whatever it is that they want to see, or because they hate someone else, another group. They're cheering it on.
But that's what crypto is, bro. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it's doing.
It's the usher to
and
the mark.
The thing is, that I've come to an agreement with myself, right? Because this thing's gonna happen whether you like it or not. So where would you like to be? Would you like to be at the bottom of the chain or as far above the chain as you can get?
Exactly. And that's what I tell people is like, use this opportunity to enrich yourself, isolate yourself, create a bubble, but eventually it's going to come to your doorstep no matter how much money you have. And one thing that they do say, it is harder, or this is in the Bible, the Christian version of it. It is easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. Okay, and that is very true. Get the money, chat, but God will not let you have that money if you cannot not let it
Do you know
change you.
what the Do you know what the actual meaning of that is?
What is that? Tell me.
You know why the rich man has it so hard to go through the eye of the needle, like a camel going through the eye of a needle?
Explain it to me.
Because the whole purpose of wealth, right? If I'm wealthy, I want my community to be wealthy. Right, so I'm supposed to be looking after my community. If I'm a multi-billionaire, right, and the people around me ain't even got the houses and they're rented from me and whatnot, right, I should be helping them out in a way where they can make money and stuff. I should be helping them out financially if they need it to buy their own homes and stuff. But none of that happens because in this era, right, it's all about I need to be more wealthier than the person sitting across the table from me.
Yeah. And you know,
so you never get that wealth transfer to the middle class or the lower class.
You know,
But that's been forever, right? That's not the last 100 years. That's going back thousands of years. It's always been that way.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When a certain family owned the entire oil industry, right, they had to be split up into 12 sections all around the world. Right, so they made a vow that they're going to screw over everyone in the economy, and I think they accomplished.
If you've ever read the book "Behold a Pale Horse," I would encourage you to read it. It's in the knowledge section in my Discord audiobook for you guys to listen to. It is a blueprint of not only how this is happening, but it literally lists all the different types of laws and legislation that's been written over the last several decades that have moved us in this march towards tyranny. Everyone, I implore you, read or listen to the audiobook Behold a Pale Horse by William H. Cooper, and it's going to map out everything we're talking about. This is why I know that crypto is going to be mass adopted. This is why I know and believe all the things that I say is based off of this book. You guys have to read it. I know it sounds biblical because it's, you know, Behold that Pale Horse is Revelations 6 chapter 5, I believe. But it's really not that. This is a guy that was, I want to say he was MI6 or naval. He was naval intelligence, right? And very, very smart guy. The guy literally predicted not only how he would die, but where, and that he would be assassinated, and it happened. Definitely check it out, guys. The Discord link is in my bio. Join the Discord. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, the #1 live stream on Abstract for 7 days in a row. Let's go. But yeah, back to what we were talking. Just need to reset the room there.
Yeah, should we get back to crypto?
Honestly, I'm cool with it. I never wanted to do a crypto show. I had a podcast before this and I never could get any traction or get any viewership. And so I started doing crypto, obviously, because I wanted to help people. And I saw a void that needed to be filled in the space. But the idea was to get your attention with your wallet to talk about what really matters.
Ah, I see. Clever tactics. Well done.